stopping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will flash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. You see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now, our time, our turn, we can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more, that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Ready to unleash it. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters yet again. We are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. Remember the dusk, the lights gripping tightly, trapping all those fighting souls. But yet, across the world, I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rift splinters again. We are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end. Do you see the dawn, the flames burning brightly, shining on those memories? And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire, and wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through flames burning brightly, shining on those memories. And yes, across all time I see you turning the tides. And do you see now our time, our turn? We can still fight like the wind and fire. And wonder no more that now is the only time your heart is mine. Light has fallen, darkness grows, and yes, we fight for our destiny and fate. New days smiling for the past and future. Break those chains, lead the way, fight with me. And when you wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals again until the end of time. Show me that you are still the only one that matters for me. I'll be waiting for you. Wait up, open your hands, holding on to your heart. Look inside you. Can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it up. Wake up, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals till the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers, no one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
Onto the text here because there's no more sustain.
The feed is filled with versus Pro. The bears, they're feasting.
The timer is slowly ticking. Will they be able to touch? Benny goes down. Corolla with a great set of push and damage here.
We are just a couple of days out from a change in the season, I suppose. The equinox is upon us, and that means that the sunset's starting to look a little bit closer here in Ignite, especially for EMEA. We're well on our way for Stage 2, Tetra, and we've seen all of the teams that are playing in this stage that are, you know, chomping at the bit to do well in this region, but also looking at the grand finals a little bit later this year as well.
We have to crown another EMEA champion. We have to crown a world champion for the whole year. We've already got our current world champions as of the mid-season finals progressing in that upper bracket. But you said there are several teams chomping at the bit. One, in fact, even chopping at the bit to try and maybe take that spot from them. We have some incredible games for you today as we are jumping in to the upper bracket.
Yeah, this is a chance for the teams that we're looking through both of the groups. In fact, we get a brief look onto sort of exactly the teams that we are perusing so far in Stage 2, some of which made their presence known from Stage 1, albeit maybe changing their name, their roster, under an organization now. But we also have some teams that have qualified through the second season of Marvel Rivals Championship, and also the Open Qualifiers a couple of weeks ago. So Group A, we've got a good mix of these guys. Everybody's still in the tournament, at least for today. But these games are pretty much who's going to be qualifying straight away from playoffs. And it's surprisingly not the full list of the organizations for Group A at the very least.
It's really not. It's just an incredible selection of teams, but we had some very interesting matchups here. For example, Foot, who were a team that put on an incredible performance in Group A, aka the X All Business with some roster changes, didn't make it through. They had an incredible matchup earlier on. So we will not be seeing them today. That game will become tomorrow. On Group B, on the other hand, one match has been at least quite predictable in this case, and that is Virtus Pro have progressed and moved on to the next round, and Na'Vi have progressed and moved on to the next round. The other games, though, we had quite some close matchups in a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, we've got all of the sort of stuff to come, and the teams that did get knocked to the losers bracket, we will be seeing them in play tomorrow for their sort of final chance, potentially, to be going through. But more of a good look at the bracket, we can also highlight sort of the games and the area of the bracket that you need to be in, because we have these two groups, 16 teams separated into 8. They essentially want to finish top 4 before we get to playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. The top 3 from that playoffs, well, they're going to be going to the grand finals representing EMEA. More details, of course, to come on that front, as well as all of the other regions to play. But we are looking at these upper bracket games. Citadel Gaming, Chopped, OG Seed, Insomnia. Whoever gets to that upper bracket finals is going to lock in their position for playoffs. And if they do lose the games today, they can go through the losers bracket and are basically going for the lower bracket finals right underneath. Top 4 is what these teams are focused on.
Like you said, making it to that upper bracket final is a lock-in. It guarantees that the lowest place you can finish is 3rd. So you will 100% be moving on into those playoffs if they win today's matchups. Here are the matches in the other group. A matchup that a lot of people were looking at potentially being Phase 1 will now be happening in Phase 2 with Virtus Pro versus Alcancia. And then, of course, we have Na'Vi on the other part of that bracket. They're going to be against NJC, who are very much impressed in their last round.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably the result that went the way against what we maybe anticipated. And you sort of notice from this group as well, and you might have briefly seen it from Group A, all of the games were pretty swift 2-0s, other than one, where we actually saw Thought, who had picked up the All Business roster, lose up against an OG seed that looked grown. Honestly, that seed has sprouted into some good benefits for the squad after a pretty disappointing run in Stage 1. They're in the upper bracket, so we're going to be seeing them a little bit later on. So that's generally what's at stake for today. Pretty low in regards to like lives on the line and stuff, but it's almost like getting these first wins. And if you remember going back to Stage 1, we did see a Rad beat Virtus Pro for the first time in these upper bracket games in that first week, so there's plenty of surprises still to come.
This is where the real excitement can start to come in. This is where the upsets happened last time, and this is where they can begin to happen again. We've already seen what some people who may have looked at the bracket before everything started here may have called an upset, but this is what the teams are playing for. We talk about those international event spots coming up in the future, but also the fact is, becoming that regional champion for EMEA gives you a huge chunk of the $250,000 prize pool. Just even getting here is going to guarantee you $10,000 just for being in the top 8, just for making it to the playoffs.
It's pretty much a good way to go, and it's all part of a $3 million prize pool across all of the regions and the big international finals, which we're going to see, already seen with the mid-season finals, and then a little bit later with the grand finals. But the schedule today, the first game is probably the highest anticipated one, I think, because we have Citadel Gaming, champions of EMEA from their win in Stage 1, going up against the Chop squad that has been the Grim Reaper, I suppose, against some of those bigger squads, beating Na'Vi in a third-party tournament, and disappointing results, I suppose, against Virtus Pro in the Marvel Rivals Championship a couple of weeks ago. They weren't able to get a map, but this is the game that really we don't know where that's going to go, and then everybody else playing to climb up the upper bracket and book their spot into playoffs and get some good seeding whilst they're at it.
Like I said, Chopped have played against 2 of the teams that came in the top 3 from Phase 1, and they won against one, lost against the other. This is their time to really lock it in, to sort of cement themselves in that top 4, especially if they can take down Virtus Pro, a team that we can both easily attest to have, it's hard to even believe possible, improved since last season as well. So that's an incredible matchup we have coming up later on in Virtus Pro, if they can go against Virtus Pro again to get a rematch. But Citadel Gaming have also improved. They have become more flexible, and also they have a new duelist in the form of Melio waiting in the wings. They're running a 7-person roster with the potential to rotate through their duelists. We'll see who is being jumped into the games later today. But already in that first match that they played on Thursday, Citadel Gaming, they mixed it up a little with the new DPS, like we said, and also with the new meta, but it was already something they were quite comfortable with. They're quite used to the Jeff, they're quite used to the triple strategist setup, and of course the hyper-aggressive dive compositions.
Yeah, it's like even on the graphic, we don't have Melio necessarily showing, but that was also the case in the server as well when they played up against Foxhound, right? So it feels that there's a lot that they're able to sort of sit on, but going up against a team like Chopped, we've really been highlighting this squad as being amalgamation of various teams. Mostly it is that core, I suppose, of DRP, Beetle, and Mash that came in from the original Team Peps, mixed in with players that just had a bit of disappointing performances. 2Z was obviously a player to keep an eye on, but Crazy Kitty and Vertigo especially, it's really a case of what he's been able to do as a player when he was on Blood Caryudo, but also we got to see a character that we really wanted to see, that being the addition of Angela, the latest Vanguard into the game. Crazy Kitty as sort of a flex duelist player, picking him up and showing some good moments, and it's nice to actually just watch their perspective to see what they're already doing on a character like this.
On a map like this, where there's gaps, being able to play hyper-aggressive. Also, it was picked a little bit later to try and deal with some potential flyers as time went on. But picking up these new characters and already being this proficient, only a couple players have even considered utilizing the Angela this early on in the tournament. But Chopped, they came out swinging. They've shown already so much potential and so much flexibility, and especially with the new Angela being putting that much pressure on multiple two-man spears is keeping everyone on their toes.
Yeah, even just sort of a look at how the stats went. It's you got Crazy Kitty at the bottom on Ultron, sure, because that's what he finished when he was playing on the attack, because that defense was so good from them. They really only had to push it 50 meters at most, pretty much past that 90-degree angle on Arako. 18-2, playing two roles as a duelist, neither of which were duelist characters. You got Vanguard as a strategist thrown in there, and he's still able to do so much. But you could say the same about the whole team. You've got Beetle that towards the end didn't go down once, 0 casualties, just played a little bit of Wolverine at the end. So one thing that I actually wanted to highlight with this too is we had an interview with Enzo from Citadel after they beat Foxhound, and he said, we've all tried to just get a lot more flexible. We want to be adaptable, we want to make those lateral changes as and when needed, and not have to worry about roles, and Vanguard should be able to play both Emma Frost and Magneto depending on the context, right? As well as stuff like Thor as well that we saw a little bit of as well yesterday. That's pretty much been the case for Chopped. This is a very flexible team, and they basically have their what sort of X's crossed, I suppose, really. They're a very well-rounded squad, and they cover themselves. The coach was saying that Crazy Kitty was a lot more of a reserved player in comparison to some of the whole W Vanguards and stuff like that. But that like clash made them a lot more competing as a team, I say.
When we started to see this team begin to form around the MENA Cup, it wasn't the complete version yet, but already the spark was there. People were looking at this and saying that this is legitimately, out of a lot of the teams that came out of EMEA coming into Stage 2, a super team. And since then, with a couple roster changes, they've gone from strength to strength, taking tournaments, going huge progression. Second in the most recent MRC, with other Ignite teams playing in that tournament. Chopped have not been together for that long and have already shown that they've earned their place here. Now they're just looking to continue their journey in the bracket, secure that spot in the playoffs to really show what they're made of. It's just rough that they're up against such a tough opponent so early on.
And an opponent with Citadel, I really don't think they had to show much against Foxhound.
Yeah.
Like whether they were going to use Melio or not, they just kind of didn't really feel the need to bring him out for whatever strategies. And meta-wise, sure, they had the option to go for stuff like, we're seeing a lot of triple strategist, but also on like Spider Island, you have triple strategist, a triple Vanguard being used a lot on those defenses. I don't think that was really in play that much for Citadel. They were happy to kind of go for more of a 2-2-2, still playing around the Human Torch, still playing around the Phoenix as and when needed. It really did sort of feel like they were, we can do the meta, but we're also good enough with our own stuff that, frankly, we don't need to worry at this stage, which, yeah, Chopped, it's going to be hard to prep.
That's always been Citadel's vibe as well. They've always been the team to come in and do their own thing. They are the ones who started really capitalizing, pun intended, on the Captain America to really just sort of get that high progression into backlines. This is the team that popularized it over here in EMEA. They've always been singing to their own hymn sheet, and now they're just looking to keep it going. And it looks like we're going to be sticking with the traditional roster here, still not seeing Melio.
Mantis is the most popular first ban that's come in from across all of the games. And it's a mix of protecting the Jeff, having one-sided Luna. It's really a focus on the strategists and making sure that if you want to try and play free, most certainly on these domination modes that we always start on, there's only so many options that you can work with.
Ultron going to be taken out and also protected, so still guaranteeing themselves the one-sided. You already talked about how they did bring it out, comboing it with the Human Torch in that second round of Spider Islands, but in this case, going for Krakoa, a map where there are some very good positions for flying characters, especially on that central grove, where you can really get some great value out of that flying character. On the other side, one-sided Luna going to be picked up for Chopped and banning out the Torch to prevent that double flyer.
There's still other options. Psylocke, I saw somebody saying it in like the YouTube comments the other day of just like, we really didn't see any Psylocke. The day that we were casting on day one, it just seemed to be not really much of an option. But yeah, you've still got stuff like the Phoenix to work with, but I do like the Invisible Woman ban. It's a character that seems to have a lot more manipulating factors, but a one-sided Invisible Woman and a one-sided Ultron, that seems brutal for Chop to be dealing with.
Citadel are really hyper trying to commit to giving themselves a one-sided setup that is going to give them the advantage in the air. They have themselves that Ultron, and now they have themselves a barrier from the Invisible Woman with that Guardian Shield to keep that Ultron safe and keep the pressure on. While they don't have the damage boost from Mantis, they might have been looking at the Jeff, for an example, to really help capitalize, keep the healing going. They might be looking at a Cloak and Dagger for a little bit of a damage boost, or they may have even been looking at Adam Warlock, who so far has not been touched, but there are some points on this map where Adam Warlock really struggles to find safe positions. That's less of a big deal these days because of the buffs he's received, but it is still important. You don't want to be in a situation yesterday where one of the teams on Midtown gets absolutely bopped while trying to cast a Karmic Revival on the point.
Pick your hero.
Just ending with a Magneto ban in the end too, knowing that the Phoenix was protected, that Jean Grey, so making sure that Meteor M End Song Inferno combo to just smash on. Certainly when you're playing and contested a point, everybody's gripped up. Two ultimates that pretty much destroy anybody in this vicinity that you're aiming at. Kind of makes sense that they want a gun for it, but it is mostly the strategists that are hitting these drafts. And even though it's not a protect over from the Jeff, it's still a one-sided Jeff that's going to be coming in over onto the side of Chop, so they still have that to work with. And they've shown that they're flexible enough when it comes to the characters. It's more of a case of like, what's Crazy Kitty going to play now that he doesn't have that option for the Ultron?
Very good question. Also, it very much depends on what section of this map are we starting on. So many different points. I just talked about the Adam Warlock earlier. There are certain points where he gets value, certain ones where he doesn't. There are certain points where the Punisher can absolutely do insane work, but could struggle on others. So the question is, where does Crazy Kitty start us here? You were talking about Psylocke as a potential earlier, but you also mentioned Phoenix being high in the priority list these days. I do see an Adam being hovered by Vertigo, but of course, what do they exit the door with?
Could be the first of many times that we see Citadel Gaming playing up against Chopped, a team that is trying to be giant slayers, frankly, in the top echelons of EMEA. But this is all about playoffs and pacing yourself, because Lord knows you might run into each other in those bigger games. That's what happened last time. Now, first engagement is Citadel trying to come through with the portal in order to cut across where Chopped want to play, but they've just kind of rushed right past them, sitting on the point. In 5 seconds, it'll open up.
Using the advantage of the Jeff speed bubbles to get themselves onto the point fast and not getting themselves caught out with the portal. They also have that symbiotic shenanigans and the calm and the soul bond from Vertigo, making the most of the point where this is a great Adam objective point because you can revive underground, then portal back through. Enzo dropping low as the main person that's pushing onto the point here, but the healing output is good. Alex keeping the team topped up. Ken sitting a little bit further back. Pokey right now is trying to duel this guy, but Tuzi is trying to keep the pressure onto them and Tanuki.
Oh, you do actually have the It's Jeff ultimate for Crazy Kitty, and you actually have control of the point too. So Citadel Gaming, they're really wanting to try and push this and pull out the ultimates as soon as they get them. Rage of Ultron's going to be used, and there's the It's Jeff going to be thrown down. Agamotto, a lot of ultimates grabbed quickly because of this brawl, and Citadel Gaming, they had a choice to make whether they were going to try and back out and reset or just farm up these ultimates as quick as they can and use them. The unfortunate truth, though, is that Karmic Revivals allowed this to come back, and then the Galactic Legend just on top. It was pretty much straight out of the gates. Chopped and Citadel taking chunks out of each other, but it's a judo throw back into the favor of the team that had the point.
But look at the amount of ultimates that were utilized. They used the Karmic Revival, Galactic Legend, and that Psionic Seduction from Beetle. Citadel Gaming, though, they still have Galactic Legend and they have a God of Mischief, so they effectively have any strategist ultimate that they want to utilize here. This gives them the opportunity for a more neutral flip if they can hold on to these ultimates, or to go in a little bit more aggressively to try and commit. But if they can take this back while holding their ultimates, then they will have them for a more defensive hold and could really start to catch back up here as Tanuki begins to pressure the backline.
You got a good timing here, though, trying to force out any of the strategist ultimates, namely that Fate of Both Worlds. Nice, you've got it out in favor. So Tanuki's going to be happy. That Galactic Legend might follow up through, but that's a great counterattack. The RP on the other side, the push through means that Tanuki's ultimate might not catch too much. You've already lost 2 players in the process. Make that free, as both Vanguards are going to go down. Citadel Gaming, they might not actually make any progression on this point. The fight was looking good, but one false move against that Karmic Revival has pretty much been the first point easily taken for Chopped.
They've abandoned it. They were looking to Portal. Ken swapped over to the Strange, but cancelled it out. They don't want to burn through all those cooldowns. Instead, moving over to the Adam Warlock, seeing just how much pressure it did add, and making it so that they can potentially build some charge, depending on where the second point was. It is going to be Carousel, which is a point where they can potentially contest a little bit easier. Looking at the statistics, right now, Tuzi really piling on the pressure as Chopped looking very good.
Looking incredible, really. Citadel, it's more maybe the decisions that come in of like, okay, they fight on the point first. Are we wanting to sort of have this neutral battle each other, basically farm up as many ultimates of the strategists that you can and then go for that engagement? Really, it's just more of that case of one team running the Adam Warlock, and it's not non-mirrored either. There is still the option for Citadel to run with it if they wanted themselves, but instead opted for stuff like the Loki instead.
Looks like they might be doing it so this time, as Ken has moved over to that Adam Warlock to match that on the mirror, get those extra revives in. We'll see how well they're able to execute on this. Tanuki moving off the Star-Lord brings out the Phoenix, and we'll go for another attempt at a portal engagement, this time from Chop, seeing if they can get a bit of a one-sided setup here. The portal catches no one. What does this try and send someone off the map?
When it comes to tempo play, Citadel Gaming have that option again with the Rage of Ultron and also the Invisible Boundary. You want to fight on the objective, you can maybe go for it. Pokey wanted to try to go for these like high tempo plays that Crazy Kitty was known for, but every single time that the Rage of Ultron's been used, the It's Jeff has been there as a pretty good response. Unfortunately, however, he gets taken out from this focus, and now Tuzi, with the help of the Idol Aura from the Lunar Snow, looking to try and be a bit more aggressive. The multi-eliminations for Citadel cancelled out yet again for Vertigo with these perfect timing Karmic Revivals, and it's just not really too much of a response. These fights end up going a little bit too long, but the difference this time, Tetch, is that Citadel Gaming have control of the point.
And also they're building up their own Karmic Revival, dodging the media M, one through the portal, one just tanking it. Enzo takes out Tuzi, DRP falls, and the revives have simply provided more food to the front of the Citadel Gaming front line, as they are able to clean on out and finally hold control. A Phoenix did come out there with Ensong Inferno, but hey, it's fine. They can build it back up.
It seemed like a bit of a fat finger there. That could be costly, genuinely, because I think that the ultimate economy has looked quite good for them. You've got 70% on your own Karmic Revival, but that's a big ultimate to try and scare back stuff like this. The Sign of Seduction coming out very quickly. 4 players pulled in, and then just alongside, you've got the Feast of the Abyss and everybody from Chopped cutting through their opponents, taking the point very cleanly, forcing a complete reset from Citadel. I'm not going to say that that's Tanuki's fault with the fat finger the ultimate. That's just dismissive at best, but that could have been helpful in those kind of instances.
It could have been the fact he's now being sent back to spawn means that he has to build it back up again, has to wait even longer because they have to go for the spawn timer. Ken, on the other hand, did not go for the revive there. They're only at 89%, so they just made sure that they did not spawn back on the point. They made their way back so they could regroup with the rest of their team. In the meantime, Chopped continue to build their way towards another ultimate and towards equaling up that 50% capture by Citadel, who are committing for the engagement with the Psionic Seduction and the Rage of Ultron into the choke point, trying to keep that pressure on. It's Jeff, used in the backline so that they can spawn somewhere safe because they could not find an appropriate target on the point.
It's pretty much been the go-to every time the Poke's pulled out the Rage of Ultron. You've got the Jeff going under and healing everybody in and around him too. That combination as well with Venom, these connections making it really pesky for Citadel Gaming to want to play together. Endsong Inferno for Tanuki is ultimate that's good to go and ready. He's very low HP, and in that time, Tusi's actually cleaned up on 3 with the help of Beetle. This is looking a little bit dicey, but there's the Camera Revival to bring everybody back. But I still think this forward aggression from Chopped, the numbers are still into their favor.
They're holding it. Ken's going to revive themselves so they can join their team with the rest of the point, but now they've got to contest it still. Remember, Dan's Tanuki is not there for the revive. Enzo is off the side of the map. Ken goes off as well. They realize this revive has completely backfired. They have to regroup or they're going to get staggered. So everyone runs off, or in Ultron's case, flies off, meaning Chopped gets so much extra percentage. And I think Citadel, I don't know if they have time to... Yeah, they have time for one run back, but they're going to be cutting it close.
Oh, this is looking not the best for Citadel Gaming. You've got Pokey moving over to the Psylocke, maybe to just be a little bit of a faster, zippier character to get onto the point, but the Silent Seduction might be the bouncers that stop them from touching, but OT is going to be activated. You have, however, got a Citadel that is completely split. The Meteor M almost trying to form a canyon between the two sides, but the numbers, at least for Citadel, looking good in the end. But you have got the Venom in the backline, forcing the players of Citadel to not only turn around, but to get off of the point full stop.
Gotta go with the double revive, keeps the team back in. After the butterfly though, Pokey's held on to this for so long. Crazy Kitty, it's Jeff is keeping the team healed up though. The new upgrade, no one's on the point to sit 9 as Chopped are able to take point number 2 and the first map versus Citadel.
Able to sort of win out on one of the most played domination maps for Citadel Gaming, and back in their time as Buildup Hatspim have been domination fiends. Frankly, this is one of their better game modes, and it's like they got a taste of their own medicine there. Not only just mechanically outplayed in some elements from Chopped, but I think the execution of the plan around the ultimates, certainly the Camera Revival and the Adam Warlock, it felt that Chopped have been the team that's been together a little bit longer, to be honest.
Really did. It looked like there was maybe a little bit of unpreparedness, a little bit of warm-up perhaps needed for Citadel. Just a little bit shaky. We'll see if they can stabilize heading on in. Vertigo on Adam Warlock only went down once that entire series. A character built around reviving, and they barely went to the actual, into that ghost form. That extra cocoon for the revives. Mash kept everyone healthy. DRP was really pressuring the backline of Citadel. It just didn't look like their normal self.
It wasn't as if we were watching Citadel and being like, oh, they're just making some harder mistakes here. That first fight, the way that both those teams approached it was really interesting. You don't often see teams just go like we ball, almost. Some teams are like, okay, you can take the point first. We're just going to try and get our vanguards into position, find a diving target. But now Citadel were just trying to match them with some like aggressive facing stuff. And Chopped were happy to deal with it. Not many teams just can do that off of the neutral.
Being able to take that not only off of the neutral, but also on the retake several times. The really interesting usage of the Jeff, honestly, to go for its Jeff, not just to commit to catching, because when you do that, fighting on the objective, there is a chance you get your own team. And while they do get bonus health out of it, that can be risky. Sometimes it is the better choice. It's a hard choice to make on Jeff to ult far away on the point, move yourself far away to scoot away, make sure the healing points on the objective for your team, and you are safe, because everybody counts in these fights, and that is something the Chopped already have locked in this new Jeff meta. With that, Chopped take the 1-0 in this best of 3 series. Can they keep it going, or will we start to see the recovery out of Citadel? Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this break to find out. The first game was anything but chopped. Chopped taking game number 1 versus Citadel in wonderful fashion. Some incredibly beautiful plays here. I just want to draw some attention, just showing how focused in Chopped are on this tournament. When we have a look, us as casters, we get sent a little document with all the teams and the players on it, including a little quote from all the players where they can describe themselves. 3 of the players from Chopped did not fill it in because they were too busy practicing.
Oh, of course. I mean, they know what they need to do in order to do well and sort of answering our questions. I guess they're hoping to do it in the winners interviews when they come up. I think the main question now is actually, like we sort of mentioned, it's a good game mode for domination. The Citadel are usually pretty pro at, but it didn't work out. Now when it comes to like their map choices here, because they have to choose a different game mode, I think Arica would probably be one of the bigger options. They're 5-1 total so far in Ignite. They've picked it 3 times. They haven't lost many times anyway, so having to choose a map just isn't really something that they've had to worry about. But it was also a really good map for Chopped when they were playing up against Paradox the other day. So do you try and take them somewhere different, like Midtown, for example? But we know that those other full sort of payload maps, the convoys, it feels like that's where the triple Vanguard, triple strategist comes out, and that feels like it's a whole different kettle of fish meta-wise to deal with.
It's also, though, like you say, where Citadel have had some of their most fun wins. While we did see Chopped go a little bit more creative with some of the heroes yesterday, with stuff like the Angela, this is where Citadel have traditionally brought out stuff like the Black Panther, a character who did receive a little bit of a team-up difference, with the Hulk also getting quite high up in priority. Once you've broken that first point, if you can break the spawn hold, then the potential to move over to a more of a Hulk name or BP composition, for example, could be incredible on that second point, where those hallways make it so hard to face off against King T'Challa.
Chopped taking a surprise map 1 against the champions of EMEA Ignite. You're not holding on to titles for this game in particular, but you don't want to be sent down to the losers bracket a la Virtus Pro in stage 1 against Rad. So now it is Yggdrasil's path that Citadel Gaming have chosen. We kind of know the characters that are going to be well suited here. The Rocket Raccoon, the Doctor Strange. How much is the draft going to change? Because currently that first ban of Mantis isn't going to change at all.
The Adam, of course, still incredibly powerful. Honestly, Mantis and Adam may be the key characters for this entire phase, while Jeff is just a little bit behind them, but they're so viable. Chopped, this time, different map. They had the opportunity for Citadel to pick the Captain America last time. This time, focusing and targeting it out. This does give Citadel the opportunity, if they want to get themselves a one-sided Adam Warlock.
Interesting. I mean, that feels like it's going to be the place to go. But for Citadel Gaming, are you going to worry about the Jeff to an extent? So yeah, you're going to have the Adam on your side. You're attacking first too, so you don't need to really worry too much about stripping apart this defense, right? But I do think that you have to look at the elements of like DRP on the Venom. That team up with Jeff found so much value, Crazy Kitty. But also DRP, Beetle, and Mash that came from Peps. It's been a glow up since what we saw these guys do on that original Team Peps roster. This is some of the best form that we've seen from them individually.
Absolutely. They really have just upgraded more and more and more as this team has progressed. Emma will get taken away, though. That is a big favorite for DRP as well, so we will not see that on the board. On the other side, one-sided Luna currently, if Chops decide to potentially ban it out, but Citadel would first have the opportunity to protect it.
Something to work with a bit more. And whilst you don't have Adam on your side, Loki's still available, and there's been a little bit of Adam Warlock Loki combos. Run a Luna Snow alongside it, you might be able to work with it, but you have also got to protect on the Invisible Woman, so triple strategy seems to be the way to be looking. And it's quite surprising how much of a different draft this feels in comparison to not only the first map, but just a lot of the drafts anyway, because they're so strategist focused. Seeing like the Emma Frost non-mirrored, we haven't really seen that much of a focus from it, at least these first couple of days of stage 2.
The Venom is banned out against Citadel here, so an interesting little one-sided Venom potential, not going for that one-sided Luna potential that Chopped had the opportunity to lock on in here. Immediately, we are starting to see Tuzi looking at that Ultron. As we've already mentioned, both the teams do like to take to the sky every now and again, as Ultron slips completely through this draft unchallenged.
It's a very different change. And already, I guess, for like Citadel coming out of the spawn doors, a Stone locked in, a Moon Knight seems to be the way to go. But I am curious on what the plan is for Chopped in this approach. You got some good experience up against Virtus Pro on this map and that whole strategy in Marvel Rivals Championship a couple of weeks ago in the Grand Final. But is there maybe with these teams the next level upon that, right? That in scrims there's maybe a potential answer. We might see that in play here. But it could be losers bracket time for Citadel Gaming if they don't get their act in order for this one. Chopped on the defense first. Doctor Strange, and I think there was a Rocket Raccoon too, means that they're hoping to get back into fights quickly if they lose them.
They got the Ultron for a little bit of extra DPS while keeping some of that healing on the board. As here comes the initial push. Citadel going with a very much more traditional setup. Instead of going for that Storm Moon Knight, they decide to lead on the Storm Punisher, which actually might work out quite well for them here because of the duelist and because of that Ultron in the air. There is a big pickup though. Not going to be getting anyone at this stage as Tuzi will pick up first blood.
Actually going over to the Punisher first. It was just a couple of anks, I think, from the Moon Knight, and then wanted to switch back. I think some of these ultimates are going to be a little bit more key to try and take out. You've got Ken also on the Loki, sort of what he's more known for, and actually more the 2-2-2 setup for Citadel as they try to break this very difficult hold to breach, I suppose. Tuzi with the Rage of Ultron, the common thing tends to be just pulling it out as soon as you possibly can in the end, and the environment's not necessarily doing him any favors, but nobody's going down from Chop, so they're going to be happy to waste as much time as they can.
They're holding it together, they're delaying, the cart is barely moving. This is the opportunity for Chop to just try and zone it out. Citadel have gone for a traditional start. Media M coming in from DRP, getting completely blocked out. Tanuki will fall. Ayamagamoto on the counter to mix it up for Enzo as they try to push on through. DRP falls, but the BRB brings them back. Cosmic Guard Amplifier will get melted, but it's enough to buy the extra time that Chops need and keep that cart at this first corner.
It almost feels that the Amplifier allowed so much focus from Citadel onto that the beer at back wasn't under too much strain to bring DRP back into the fray. Freedom Charge, same sort of thing that Chopped are hoping for here. Just to keep stalling out the fights, but it's not only the fact that nobody's going down from Chopped, they are winning these engagements. I think it's like one elimination, quite literally, that Citadel Gaming have managed so far in this attack, and they're almost halfway done on this first point.
The delay is good. They started off with the group because this gives them the opportunity to try and zone out some of these vanguards and block them from the healing. Chopped, though, bringing the Ultron into bear is actually keeping everyone sustained because they can look over the wall. Rage of Ultron to try and sustain them, though, because it's not enough this time. Citadel find the opening and they just simply choose to out-damage it. Blasting through. It doesn't matter how much we try to block the damage. It doesn't matter how much they try to revive. It's just overwhelming DPS here as they try to set up for positioning. As, of course, Chops are going to try and portal back in. Nice block, actually, he's forcing the portal over the top.
Oh, he's going down, though. Not quite. It was almost like a Looney Tunes moment of just hovering over the ground before you fall in, but Crazy Kitty's able to survive, and it does have an Eye of Agamotto. The invisible boundary is going to allow Chop something to play around. Two players stunned, but they're going to be healed up by this Invisible Woman ultimate. Just trying to keep hold of this objective before it hits that first checkpoint, which honestly could be enough in its favor. Now you've got the Meteor M going to be thrown in distance, forcing a reset from Citadel Gaming yet again.
1 minute to go. Citadel Gaming, like you said, resetting, starting to back away. Ayamagamoto, immediately a fate of both worlds. We'll delay that and make sure that no one else is coming down here. DRP being forced to walk all the way back. No more portal. That's a long way for a Magneto. Alex keeping the rest of Citadel Gaming topped up as Pokey is about to rejoin and keep this overwhelming damage on as we lose Crazy Kitty. What is left for Chop to try and defend this? They're running out of bodies as Citadel, with an overwhelming pressure, finally break that first hold.
Gotta say, big shout out to Alex there. We did see the Eye of Agamotto used from Crazy Kitty that switched over towards Bucky, and it would have stunned 3 players if it wasn't for Alex using a Fate of Both Worlds to not only keep them CC unhit, but also to make sure that Tanuki and Ken didn't go down whilst that fight was happening, whilst they were stunned. That was the difference to allow them to push past this first point, and if they can keep this momentum going, they want to get past this U-turn. This is where the payload can get stuck quite a lot if the defenders get a good hold, and a Freedom Charge might allow this waterfall to come in, and that's exactly what the plan's going to be for Chopped.
Straggling Prison to try and set up. Everyone is grouped together. The regeneration domain keeps them topped up, and once again, Chopped are starting to melt on through here. Citadel with the capitalization on that group setup and still holding on to that Omega Hurricane and the God of Mischief. They are staggering these ultimates extremely effectively, and Chopped just can't seem to take a fight.
Yeah, Chop just wanted to go in guns blazing with the Freedom Charge, and it was just a Strangling Prison that shut them out. Still, whilst you got Pokey and Tanuki building up those ultimates, now both are available here for Chopped. If they want to go for a fight, they've got a lot to deal with, and no ultimates themselves to go in for this engagement.
Simon Seduction trying to lock someone down, able to get the hit up with the final judgment and the Omega Hurricane both being overlapped here. They get the pickups, but is that both of their big DPS abilities being used a bit too early? Either way, it guarantees Citadel the second point, giving them an extra 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, it was a good hold from Chopped on the first point of this defense, but after the second checkpoint, it felt that every fight, that experience potentially not quite there, because I'm sort of used to seeing first point holds all the way for, I haven't seen this part of the map in months, it feels like, Tetcher, because that's just the way the teams have been playing, and it feels that Chopped don't really have too much of a plan for it currently with what Citadel Gaming have been doing.
The World Tree sits ahead of Citadel Gaming, something that they're quite used to seeing, but Chopped being forced to defend all the way back here, but they are now building up their tools. Finally, they have an ultimate advantage over Citadel. They just need to delay and deny for as long as possible so that when they actually pull the trigger, it matters, and they can prevent Citadel from getting a counter engage. DRP falls, though. Crazy Kitty crack and impact, but those regeneration domains make it more difficult, forcing a retreat.
As the Ensong Inferno, Chopped pretty much maxing out all of the ultimates. It was just that Kraken's Impact that was used, and Ensong Inferno trying to put another slam down. Meteor M is the potential third button to throw at Citadel Gaming, but really they have just been holding out. It was that Fate of Both Worlds used, but everybody's still around just farming up these ultimates. And for Chopped, not sure what the go button is, because right now the small things that they've thrown in the direction of Citadel haven't meant much, and also that Payload is still moving forward a couple of meters at a time.
Bagamoto setting them up for the hard engage, straggling Prison for the turnaround, locking them in, beat on the first to fall. They overlapped ultimates, Mash and Vertigo, both with the strategist, allowing Pokey to just try and overwhelm them with the damage. Polly gets Crazy Kitty, but Pokey falls on the turnaround. With Crazy Kitty taken out, though, they can't capitalize to keep the resets going, meaning that this card is still getting bodies onto it. Citadel Gaming are reinforcing as fast as they can. Enzo finally being forced to retreat as everyone else is zoned away.
Chopped, sort of the red flag moments, I think, when you have strategist ultimates lining up, but it works. I think they're going to take it. There's less than a minute to go now for Citadel Gaming, and Polly has been slowed down a little bit. Going to be resetting a little bit into the server after he was stalled out. But 2Z started that fight with the Ensong Inferno, has pretty much farmed up another one. And for Citadel Gaming, I think it's a case of getting that final judgment in hands for Pokey as soon as you can again.
The Omega Hurricane's at the ready, but remember, a big chunk of that is bonus health. If Tuzi can time it well, then Tanuki may just have a useless ult here. Same for Alex. It's all about Eve. They can get that burst damage going. Crazy Kitty building towards the Kraken Impact. Vertigo almost already at an invisible boundary as Enzo's on the flank. Needs a bit of healing, but is keeping the pressure onto Tuzi, trying to keep them on the flank. Invisible boundary forced out. Tanuki just going to be backing away manually, not wanting to get caught out in this fight. Fate of Both Worlds from Alex to capitalize, to see if they can go for the mirror. Here it comes, Ensong Inferno, Meteor M for the blow-up. Alex is taken out quickly, as is Pokey, meaning that the mirror keeps it going. Crazy Kitty, reset number 1, reset number 2, it's a Loki clone, mean they can keep this going. No, Meteor M will actually prevent the reset by blocking the shots, takes out Vertigo as well. One more reset from Crazy Kitty to keep it going, but Ayamoto on the turnaround. Beetle is keeping this in control of Chop, but Citadel will not give up as they portal back in.
They're back into the fight super quickly, but it's taken all of the ultimates that they have. Pokey was the one that came in on Strange. He almost has his own Eye of Agamotto. 2Z forced to sort of back up a little bit, but these pot shots are going to do a lot of damage. Scary almost, in fact, but it's not quite enough for Citadel Gaming to start dropping off the payload just yet. Pretty much everything that's available for Chopped, players, ultimates, bodies, it's all going in. But Tanuki with the Phoenix on the other side, able to finally hit the finish line with no time on the clock. Bear in mind now that we go to Citadel Gaming's defense, they have Adam, Chopped don't.
Which is hugely potentially important if they can get it locked in here. If they choose to go that path, it would be weird to protect it and not capitalize on it for now. Tanuki will likely be the person picking that as one of the big hit scan players for the roster. If not, Ken is extremely effective, and that's what they're going to go with. Ken on the Adam. They have Magneto. They have the Groot. They're going to try and split the team in two. Chopped, they've decided that a good way to deal with this is instead of going for the damage boost on, say, the Punisher or the Moon Knight, they're actually hovering a Wolverine, see if they can displace the defense as opposed to just trying to burst through it.
I saw a little bit of Beetle pulling this out before, and there are these kind of moments. It's a shame. The reason why it was potentially interesting is the comp was pretty much the same of what their first point hold was on Araco.
I'm sorry.
So the Angela and the Wolverine could have been in play, and they're still deliberating over parts of it as we're seeing, but it's not really going to be too much. Obviously, it's been on the attack too, so it's not quite the same setup as the defense. Realistically, though, Citadel Gaming are on that line in the sand themselves, and the comp looking pretty much the de facto way of approaching this defense as they go onto it themselves.
There are knockoff points on this map where you can get environmental pickups, but they're a little bit harder to get to, so Angela is seeing a little bit less play, whereas Beetle is going to be a bit more effective at just trying to catch people and isolate them from the team, pushing extremely aggressive forward. There's the Strange, is in the jump pack, but caught with the carbon crush. Beautiful counter.
Just the bouncer of Emma just coming straight into the fray. I do love the little invisible like shields that we're seeing from Mash to just allow him to slowly slip forward bit by bit. But it does mean that for the time being, DRP is solo vanguarding as the dive comes in. He's got a bit of a flank support from Tuzi, and it really is making Citadel Gaming's life a little bit more uncomfortable. And in fact, two of the three strategists do go down in the process, one of which does have the trait to be able to resurrect themselves back into the fight, and Tanuki having to walk back on foot as to be right back, not quite ready. Ken's reset as well.
Yeah, he returned all the way to spawn. I mean, this is huge distance to be acquired by the members of Chopped here. Are still portaling back in? Is this why we saw that extra delay? DRP going to be setting up, and there we go. They just had to wait for a full reset, but that's a lot of time that Chopped just moved forward freely.
A lot of ultimates built up too, near enough. And so now on this high ground, Beetle's in a lovely spot, but he has been spotted out. He wants to try and stay on the high ground if he can, but this is a great opportunity for DRP to just sort of jump in and make the focus all about him. He's trying to leap in. Feast of the Abyss is going to be available, but the invisible boundary is going to be pretty much shut down straight out from Crazy Kitty as that Galactic Legend cuts all the way through. The high tempo play is allowed from that Fate of Both Worlds from Vertigo, meaning that this pushback, even with these resurrects coming through, it's not looking too great for Citadel Gaming, but Chopped have dedicated so much to this fight. Nobody was touching the point or moving it. Or was that Citadel Gaming just throwing bodies right at the end that no progression's been made? I don't know if they have a chance for another fight here, though.
I don't think they do. They don't have Portal. Ken went down twice with Karmic Revival, so wasn't able to use it, meaning that there's no revives. They've swapped off it. They are moving over to the Invisible Woman, completely sacrificing their opportunity to capitalize off this Adam.
Okay, Chopped have a pretty good answer. What they've experienced before a couple of times on this map. Citadel Gaming trying to sort of play a more conservative line, but it was pretty much dove on. DRP on this Venom has been tremendous. You can't even say it's the team up with Jeff that's making him look as good as he is. It's pretty much all on his lonesome. He is taking a bit more of a beating now, and with the Invisible Woman, Ken's going to try and keep him in place. There's the pull. That's what you really don't want to see. And Citadel actually winning this fight could be major because it's before they even get past this sort of like horseshoe.
Chopped going for a potential swap here. Yes, they do. It's time for aggression. Seeing how Citadel have adjusted their composition, they decide they just want to break it. They bring it out the Captain America. DRP moves over to the Magneto. But at first, Enzo trying to catch anyone out of position early with the Silent Seduction. But no capitalization on it. It buys them time, though. And right now, time is so important for Citadel after Chopped were able to push through point one so quickly.
Okay, winning the head-to-head with the Phoenix, one that was very well known for animation cancelling with some of those melee combinations. Galactic Legend going to be used and pretty much shut straight down. But you have forced out a lot from this defense from Citadel Gaming. 3 ultimates, 1 from each of the main roles. And the combination, at least from the Endsong Inferno Meteor M, looking good. It's going to buy a little bit more time. But this is such an uncomfortable area to try and attack for Chopped.
It's all about that spawn door now. Chopped being forced to regroup as they are once again team wiped, but they are building up. Fate of both worlds, Media M, Song Inferno. They can now go for their own blow up. All that's there to stop them currently is Invisible Boundary. If they can target the Invisible Woman, that of course goes away, meaning that they have the opportunity right now to capitalize, and they're trying to make the most of it by piling on the pressure and threatening it with Beetle.
Sort of reminds me of a shout out to Welsh Mania from Foot. He sort of made this position really useful in his part, being able to go for these flanks, but it is more route one, freedom charge as well, route one, to just try to fight past this point. But the Invisible Boundary almost giving incentive for Citadel Gaming to jump onto the payload and not be afraid to go buy some more time. Even if you do go out in the end, it's whether Chopped have the ultimates really holding on to them after you forced out the strategists. And right now, it still looks like Citadel are winning these longer games, but that's a hell of a Meteor M to come in from DRP.
Mash needs to get that Invisible Boundary off if they want to contest this, but it looks like they're just willing to sacrifice a load of Citadel's ultimates, regroup, and go back in again themselves. Crazy Kitty backing away with a little bit of Blaster Barrage, and of course those flips that give them a bit of bonus health now with the upgrades onto the Star-Lords. But Citadel Gaming, they've burnt every tool in their arsenal. They're about to have that Fate of both worlds, but they need to survive long enough to use it. Crazy Kitty, lovely evasion by Citadel though. Another fantastic way to counter. Beetle's moved over to Groot. They realize that they need to break this siege because Citadel are taking this corner fight too convincingly with their grouping up. So Beetle going to try and prevent teamwork by isolating people. And it's working. Emma dropping low, but she gets away barely.
This movement from Citadel Gaming and positioning is pretty much stellar. When they need to group up and deathball a bit, they will do. When they need to spread out, depending on what's happening, you're seeing it now, just splitting onto both sides. But an elimination onto one of your duelists means that Citadel Gaming might be forced to use some of these ultimates a little bit earlier, and they're going to use them pretty much at the same time. As soon as Pokey gets the end song, the Meteor M combo comes out again, and the Fate of both worlds allowing people to stay alive. Unfortunately, however, Beetle using the Strangling Prison just at the end of that strategist ultimate means that you lose out on another player, but there's still 5 alive for Citadel Gaming to keep things stalling and 30 seconds left.
A 5-for-5 as they push on in. Both teams waiting for that 6th member to come back in and reinforce. Nenzo moves over to Strange. A portal back in could be the exact tool they need. Here comes Galactic Legend trying to get onto Tuzi. Pokey is the first to fall though. Beetle continuing to capitalize, making something happen. Vertigo in the backline with the Fate of both worlds being matched by Ken. Invisible Boundary giving them space, allowing that portal to come through completely freely and build up towards that Eye of Agamotto for the crowd control. Crazy Kitty, Galactic Legend into the choke point, forcing everyone into the doorway, but they find nothing. Ensong also keeping them zoned, but no one goes down. Vertigo and Beetle have fallen. Chops are running out of tools. They need bodies on the board. DRP got to tank on through this to allow Mash to portal back in and keep them going, but they're down. No one is touching. Can the portal reach in time? No! And it's gonna be Citadel with the hold, and they even up the score.
I think after that first map, we were all hoping for the full best of 3 to play out here. And Citadel Gaming, it was definitely a bit of a sweat fest on that first point, but able to sort of win out purely off experience, it feels. But those final moments, the absolute schmovement that was coming in from Citadel, certainly to deal with Crazy Kitty's Galactic Legend, it was so valuable in the end. And ultimately, it was better ultimates from Citadel, I think, in that final third of the game.
We've also got to draw attention to Pokey. 19 final hits, 40 KOs total. This was just Citadel locking back in. They broke the first siege so quickly. They were struggling. Chops actually had them locked in for a bit, but they just overwhelming damage were able to take it through. The power of the Punisher into these triple strategists is they're one of the few characters who can out DPS all that healing. They stuck with the Storm for so long while the Omega Hurricanes didn't find a lot of value. The damage boost was so important. You can see that Tanuki was still able to pick up some KOs of their own here. Chopped played incredibly, but this was vintage Citadel.
I think the one thing that you can look at for Chopped in just a word is second point. Both on attack and defense, it felt like on their defense, they got reset very quickly and made it a very quick attacking side for Citadel to get past this point that we're seeing on screen. But also, as they got past the first checkpoint and into second, there was a weird fight that happened. It was an early reset that came in from Citadel. They were able to take that engagement, and then we just saw that Payload stuck there for a good 3 minutes whilst you see like the attacking side of Chopped having to try to get through that choke to even touch the payload. It was just too much to deal with.
There are a couple times when you look at the team fights in Marvel Rivals, you look at what gets used to stop what. The question is, a Dance of the Butterflies can be used into the backline to force a strategist ultimate, and that can be viable. In that case, though, we saw stuff like Galactic Legend getting used, and the counter was to walk around a corner. That is the times where, because Citadel knew it was coming and were able to react so quickly, they burnt no resources to counteract plays from Chopped, and that's what we need to be on the lookout for. And we'll be keeping an eye out for that in game number 3, which will be coming to you after this break.
Smoke screen! I'm hunkering down. Judge! Jury! Executioner!
So Chopped had a good strike first at the champions here in EMEA of Citadel Gaming, but the bark of the Berber Patapim tree is a little bit harder to hit in like 2 turns. It might take a third in order to try to kill it, but at this point it really feels that Citadel are back into their favor, and also on a game mode like Convergence, which we know is 100% going to be coming up, it feels like that's kind of their playground a little bit more, and something that they have a lot more experience in than Chopped.
It very much does, but if you look at experience, it's always going to lead in favor of Citadel Gaming, due to the fact that Chopped have only existed for about 2 months. That is the difference here. Chopped have only just come together and they're already playing this well. Citadel Gaming, they have the experience and yet lost Rap 1. What happened? Where is the difference? They've already recovered once, showing that they can do it in different styles. On these maps where you can go for spawn holds, Convergence, though, it's a lot harder to hold people in spawn due to the fact that it's very easy for someone to walk past and just stand on a point.
Feels that really, we always start with domination. It feels like those pure convoys are almost exclusively going to be the ones that show up second just because of some of the cheesy stuff that you can do on it. But that's the sound of the halls of Jali in the background. A map actually that has not gone well for Citadel Gaming. They're 1-5 on it total. Yeah. So, I mean, if there's a map for Chop to target, I think that this is not a bad one in the slightest.
I did not know that that was the statistic. So they've done their research. Mantis going to be taken out on both sides once again. That is extremely familiar. And immediately Chopped going to be locking in the Luna as the teams have swapped sides. Citadel in the blue trunks this time. What do they go with their next ban and the first protect for them? They take out Ultron. Are they looking to make that one side, or do they perhaps want to secure an Adam or even a Luna for themselves, or even Invis, who has leapt so far up in priority?
I think also looking back at the draft from the last game, now that I'm just like scanning through it, yeah, Jeff Protect makes sense because I mean there's going to be a lot of good moments for the Venom, certainly, on both attack and defense of that first point, just the rollouts that you can do. But you got to look back at like Chopped, they banned out Captain America, they banned out Torch, and they banned out Venom. Did that feel like that got the most value than some of the pure strategist hits that we've been seeing? That's hard to gauge. Whereas it seems to be more of the same for Citadel Gaming. Instead of a focus on a one-sided Adam, they've got the Luna, but they haven't one-sided it just yet.
They haven't, no. Whereas Citadel have set themselves up with a Jeff also not one-sided, and the potential to one-sided Adam if they go for the Protect here, go for an Adam Jeff, go hyper on the revives here. Speaking of, Citadel do have two of the best Jeff players in the world, with Ken being absolutely insane on the character, and of course Tanuki being one of the first popularizers of the backline assassin Jeff style before Jeff was reworked.
Emma Frost has been banned out on one side, so Citadel Gaming not going to have the option there, but they wanted to protect the Magneto. This is interesting. Like, it does sort of feel, you know, you sort of watch the Asia region a little bit, and a lot of the drafts tend to look the same. Everybody's sort of following from the same playbook. But here, because you're more familiar with what these individual players can do, for example, Chops know that Tanuki, he's hovering over the Torch himself, knows that he can do a lot of work on that character, you might need to be a bit more selective with making sure that the carries can't do the work that they need.
Protection onto the Invisible Woman, making sure that they have the option of both Invis and Luna. So even if they get Adam Warlock or Jeff banned against them as well, they'll have at minimum two incredibly high value strategists and then an option for either of the third strategist options. So what do we see? Do Citadel choose to take out the last triple strategist setup? They choose Magneto instead.
Is that the only, I think it is, the only like non-mirrored character we see is the Magneto. Everything else that was protected is available for the other side to use themselves. I do think, however, that Chop's not having the Ultron, it sort of puts a little bit more stress onto Crazy Kitty, but having the Phoenix and the Torch, we saw this before, we saw them play it pretty well. Granted, it was the opposite way around, I think, at a point, when it was like Crazy Kitty wanting to play Torch and then Tuzi was on the Ultron, and it felt a little bit like you could swap that around and it would still work. But I think what's been nice about this one as well, Tetcher, is that it hasn't just been triple strategists all the time. In fact, Citadel Gaming seems to be pretty bullish that just 2-2-2 is more than plenty to work with in this current meta.
The fact is, it still has its place. While triple strategist, like you say, is leapt up in priority. Phoenix in particular seems to have massively empowered the ability for teams to go into these double duelist setups. Phoenix with Psylocke, Phoenix with Punisher, Phoenix with Winter Soldier. She's appearing in so many of these drafts that it does seem to be working out. That is a familiar sight. Polly on Captain America and Tanuki on Jeff. This, I said vintage Citadel earlier, this is vintage Citadel.
Might be able to scout out that there is a Doctor Strange. So Beetle going for a portal play. Could just be to go off of it instantly, but instead they're more wanted to save it for a little bit later, grouping up, trying to go all the way around the slower route, trying to get a bit of a scout to see exactly what else is happening from Citadel Gaming, which is actually that they're going to just go in right behind and maybe block both sides of this entrance.
Trying to keep a little bit of pressure on, meaning they're being attacked from behind, which is very hard to deal with when Captain America and Jeff are trying to just keep the pressure on you. Crazy Kitty's been the one who's tasked with this, but there's an extremely angry New Yorker in the backline causing trouble, so they can't continuously focus on the objective. They have to retreat into the aggressive zoning point in order to try and regroup and set up while they're not being harangued by this aggressive Captain America.
Yeah, it's Polly and Tanuki sort of grouping up to be this frustrating element, and it means that Chopped actually flipping the spawns a little bit themselves. Beetle does get CC'd, stunned for a second, but it's pretty much been evened out at 50% HP. DRP, you see his health, it's just up and down in a second. It's taking a lot out of this strategist backline, and there's only two that Chopped are working with currently. We're more used to seeing them run with Crazy Kitty alongside the Ultron, but of course it's not available, and Citadel Gaming actually the ones trying to stack up with the triple strategists themselves.
Well, it takes a lot of damage while trying to keep the pressure on, but is able to escape. Ensign Inferno is available for both sides. Pressure once again, captured the backline, forcing them to go forward into that invisible boundary, which means the team is grouped up. Media M locked off completely. Beautiful job by Beetle. Enzo Inferno comes on out onto the backline. Alex is sniped off the point, but that's going to allow Tanuki to come on in to give their team a little bit of healing. The Enzo Inferno comes on out for the counter attempt with the Supernova for the damage focus. The Eye of Agamotto is completely blocked out by Magneto, but the damage from that torch is still there. Citadel Gaming are melting off the point.
This felt a little bit like that first fight on Domination, that just Citadel Gaming wanted to try to build up those ultimates, but they just sort of allowed Chop to get there a little bit further. Really good, like Fate of Both Worlds from Mash to survive that Meteor M from Enzo, but also people were really low on the attacking side of Chopped. If it wasn't for Vertigo bringing out the invisible boundary to make sure that DRP and Mash didn't go down, that could have been a very different fight, full stop.
Once again, Citadel Gaming forced to regroup, but the pressure is still being applied here. DRP once again eats a lot of damage, but is able to retreat. The classic fire versus water competition here of Jeff versus the torch, trying to hose him out of the sky, extinguish Johnny. As the silent introduction comes into the backline, Alex forced to use that Fate of Both Worlds. In the meantime, this is just pure classic flanking Jeff style here, as Polly is forced to retreat back to the rest of the team for the defense.
That's a hell of a dive, though, to get back into safety. And then Citadel yet again trying to use this like practice of moving as a team. Might be one of the reasons that we've not seen Melio in play just yet, is just how coordinated this team can play off of each other with the time that they had. That's a great pick to be able to take out the counterpart, but it is pretty much traded with the torch taking out Tanuki in these engagements. Polly is going to be forced back a little bit, needs some more support from these strategists that are still very keenly trying to build up their ultimates.
Pushing onto the point, Media M available for Enzo with the Enzo Inferno, so they have that one-shot combo, which looks like they're going to be pulling the trigger on the Enzo Inferno, but not the Media M. This may have been defensive to try and get Pokey out of danger, but Chops now have a massive ultimate advantage. Everything except for Silent Seduction at the ready. Supernova is going to be the trigger being pulled. Media M to try and block at least some of it. Beautiful Severin barrier. Beetle countering that out as well. Tanuki's down again. Tuzi's got their number, and Chops one by one are starting to creep forward.
And in a very cheap economy for Chop too. It's only been a Supernova. Now you've got the Eye of Agamotto and pretty much the exclamation mark on the end of the sentence with that end song. Means that Citadel might not have the chance to contest this as they get onto the third and potential final part of the map. You've got Tanuki trying to dive in, and it's Jeff hoping that that's going to be enough to grab some players, but he's instantly just set on fire by Tuzi and Crazy Kitty, and that's a very quick second point taken by Chopped.
Detonate that shark, chat bomb him. They're able to push on through. This is exactly what Chopped need to be doing. They're keeping Citadel off kilter right now, and they're pushing up so far because they want to make sure the Citadel don't have the chance to get set up. They want to make sure that anyone who tries to push forward to harass the backline, something Citadel loves to do so much, is kept the pressure on. It looks like we have seen the Jeff being abandoned. We're over to Phoenix, and Pokey is going to be joining Polly with the Psylocke. Classic old-fashioned style.
Go for something that's a little bit more comfortable, because Citadel Gaming, I don't really know what the plan has been with the kind of characters that they're playing and how they want to orchestrate these ultimates together. It's been a lot more easy to follow from Chopped, and with that Silent Seduction allowing to go a little bit more aggressive, Polly's been doing his darndest to try to keep these fights going and to just keep stalling out, pull the attention away from basically looking forward with this payload moving across. But now, what is the plan? How do you want to try and push through this? You do have the Dance of the Butterflies from Pokey, but you need to make sure that you get that invisible boundary out and also the Fate of Both Worlds.
Dance of the Butterflies in the back line going to be counteracted by the invisible boundary. Supernova is being blocked by the Fate of Both Worlds, but Tanuki will still fall to DRP. Enzo is taken down as well. Ken had the invisible boundary, but was trying to hold onto it to let Alex use the full duration, but they're being burst through it. Polly is down. Enzo only just respawning, and Chopped continue to stagger. They're trying to set up some zoning, utilizing that human torch while making sure that Polly doesn't flank around from the side. Enzo creeping forward, but they're in the final stretch right now, Ryan. They're creating an opening. Cap diving in to get onto the point with 1 minute and 40 to go.
They do have some stuff to work with on this defense, but it feels like Chopped we're maybe just banking on these ultimates a little bit too much. DRP goes down in the neutral, and now the Fate of Both Worlds has been dedicated. Chopped actually finding the pick themselves means that this is a very even fight for them to win. It felt that they were maybe starting to back off a little bit, back into the sunset, and just try to reset, go for another fight afterwards. But now this is getting scrappy. Citadel Gaming don't have much to fall back on if they get pushed towards the end of this map, but they haven't had to use many ultimates themselves. In fact, Chopped aren't really sure if they're in or out.
And so Inferno to burst through an extra bonus health from the Captain America, but they survive, and it's the health over time, meaning that will refresh a massive long range Meteor M from Enzo. They're trying to push on through, and Chopped are off the board, heading back to spawn, and Citadel Gaming with a minute to go grasp onto life.
That seemed so hard to just, like, nail the positioning that. The Meteor M felt like it was so far away, and then Tanuki just slaloming his way to get those picks in the end. A key combination required here, I think, to keep Citadel in this map, because it has been pretty under par from what we expect from them up until this third point. The Supernova is actually going to be used at a good pace. Crazy Kitty knows exactly when he wants to take these fights, and he's so good at finding so much. Even with the Dance of the Butterflies used, it is Pokey and Polly both taken out in quick succession.
The point is so close on this map. This point is going to move before Polly and Pokey are already back. It creeps forward bit by bit. It's a door choke point, which is exactly where Crazy Kitty's going to be capitalizing with this huge damage output. Fate of Both Worlds from Alex has to be burned because the car moves forward. They didn't make it in time.
Oh, it's 5 seconds at least is the difference, but 5 seconds could be more than enough in this case. Oh, Citadel. Lots to look at on this map. We sort of highlighted going into it. The win rate on this is deceptively bad for Citadel. 1 win out of 6. And that could be up against teams that take beatings off of them in, you know, your Virtus Pro, your Rad and stuff. You're even obviously going up against the likes of Envy, yeah. So you're up against some of the best teams in the world on this map, sure. But for Citadel here, they don't want to start off this campaign for Stage 2 with a loss against this team that is looking to take down the biggest teams in EMEA.
Of course, they're going to be wanting to try and get that focus onto keeping the momentum. They're the current champions. They're wanting to move on in and show exactly what they can do, but already Chopped a newer team made up of these experienced players. Players from all of these different rosters. Players from Peps, we've already mentioned. A player from All Business, one from Joint Kanda, one from Blood Carry Judo. They've got so much variety on this roster, and it's giving Citadel a lot of trouble.
You've seen that Crazy Kitty hasn't gone down once.
No.
Over on that attacking side. And Mash, previously Aura Stealer, that was also on Team Peps. 25k healing. Really just keeping things going, and means that pretty much there's always a Fate of Both Worlds pretty much to bank on. Now Citadel, their chance to try to put up a good attacking side. They have to finish the map in order to go for a second round for each squad side. If they don't, well, it's Chopped moving up into the upper bracket and into playoffs.
They're going to begin to make their way towards the point once again. A very aggressive positioning by Polly. Dives on in, finds the strategist, gets frozen, tanking through, will be able to escape. Tanuki sieging in, has that Gamma Monstro to try and target in its backliners as Chopped have found themselves massively isolated. Even if they survive this, the points just being completely capped here. No one's even close. What a rush! And Citadel grab it in 16 seconds.
Usually we have seen these like team ups of like, okay, Venom and Jeff sometimes, Namor Hulk sometimes. I don't think we see many instances of both at the same time. And that was a hefty dive. Chopped being able to win this engagement now works out for them, but the spawn doors are a lot further away for them if they go down, a lot closer for Citadel. So you almost have to give up this space for free, otherwise it's not worth the risk, and Citadel can really start to build up momentum and set a good time here.
Time to reposition themselves. Ends up getting targeted. Fate of both worlds going to be burned by Chop. They actually want to contest this, but here comes the It's Jeff trying to grab him. Ensong Inferno used defensively, and yeah, bomb that shark. It is down once again.
Not only dodging it, but making sure that he's not able to get too much. This is just such a messy fight for both sides. Not trying to play chess here. This is the boxing part of the game mode. But for Enzo, he does have the ultimate to rely on. And actually, Citadel have cleared up house. Chop wanted to try and reset as soon as possible. I want to go for another fight before they get towards the end of the second checkpoint.
They're literally just fighting them as often as they can because they lost so quickly on that first point. Every second matters because they have to wait for so long, and they, you know, rather it's right next to the enemy spawn at first so that they can afford to take another one later, just to eat through at least a little of that clock. They've already burned through a minute just with that earlier brawl. Problem is, they gave Citadel so much ult charge.
There's a sign of seduction, low target. Not really needed to stress out 2Z too much. He's going to be taken out, but DRP with that Sinus Addiction is able to get 2. Karma Revival is going to bring him straight back, and there's the Hulk that's going to try and take a lot more of the focus away from the Karma Revival and these low health teammates that have been resurrected, and more onto him. That is a big chunk of change that Polly's being able to bite out of the side from Chopped. They have to sort of give this up again. Don't know if they're going to have enough about them to be able to stop this, but it's pretty much just under 4 minutes on the clock, and Citadel Gaming are moving with gusto.
What just changed? Citadel, with a different composition, have finally just activated Portal, forced to be used for 3 minutes on point 2, just so they can contest and again eat through some of that time, but once again it's a firing range. DRP is down, 2Z is down, Vertigo is down, and there's nothing that's stopping Citadel from cruising forward. Point 2 captured, and they get a bit of a kidnap onto everyone who can stop them.
Oh, it's basically, yeah, like a spawn doors reset too, so that's just going to buy more time. Chopped, similar to sort of the end of Yggdrasil's path, it's starting to fall a little bit to the wayside. The lack of coordination, because this team hasn't been together a while, means that they're just being reset over and over, and Citadel Gaming, it's a new look, it's an exciting one, and there's no answer for Chopped as of yet.
So far, they've not found a single tool. They've moved Crazy Kitty over to the Jeff to try and grab some people of their own to turn this round a little bit, to make something happen. Polly gets knocked back. Well, Polk is back to banner after getting carbon crushed. Will be able to try and get away, but is tracked down by 2Z, as Chopped are finally starting to get at least a couple pickups. They're starting to get some zoning and force them back through that main entrance archway.
There's some space bought for Chopped, and now for Citadel, it's a little bit harder, I think, to try to find how you want to take this approach. I do like seeing DRP try to go into the fog to clear out, see if anybody's there, and he's pretty much ran into the majority of Citadel Gaming up on this high ground, just waiting for a good chance to go in for the dive. And most certainly, I think they're sort of relying a little bit on building up those ultimates, and if they have a counter revival in the back pocket, means that they can go a little bit further with this engagement.
3 minutes 20 left. Chopped have effectively burned through another couple minutes of Citadel's time that they have accumulated all the way up to this point. Here comes the It's Jeff from Crazy Kitty. This is mostly just a forced reactions by the looks of it. Down he'll be able to grab anyone. Border Proteus used for the offensive side. Poke is going to self-revive just in case they need to cover revival if anyone does get caught out. Fate of both worlds. Ken with the counter. It's Jeff to maybe try and grab Mash or Beetle at the end of these ultimates to see if they can get some isolation to give their team all of the extra healing they need. Ensong into the backline. It's a double for 2Z.
Oh, and he gets Adam as well. He gets the counter revival. So Citadel Gaming were holding on to that, hoping that multiple players would go down at the same time. But that's two of the major strategists, meaning that Citadel Gaming can force out those ultimates. They just have to reset. And I think they're looking to change up some of the characters they're playing. Yeah, you've got Ken moving over to the Invisible Woman. And Pokey is going to be on that Phoenix. Pretty much is what they were going for beforehand. Enzo is still going to stay on the Hulk, however.
The second sacrificial Adam ult, not using it, preferring to at least get some percentage on the board, pushing on forward. Tanuki As the Horde of Proteus, though, they can just try and siege on in, really open up a choke point, or get a quick blow-up. But now, Enzo on the flank, feast from the Abyss, onto the point. Aquatic Blessing tanks it easily as they continue a slow but steady push. But the difference is Chopped were able to buy a lot of time now. Time is no longer on the side of Citadel. They only have 2 minutes left as they pick up DRP.
You got the whole call coming through, seeing if you can grab somebody, CC them for a good amount of time. Don't forget, Frost is available on their side, so they have to go without for the time being. And more space is being gathered up, and the payload for the first time in a couple of minutes, Tetra, is starting to get going now. You do have the Horn of Proteus, and a couple of players from Chopped looking like they're grouped up or just going down one at a time. Invisible Boundary is going to be used to just allow them a little bit more space to get up onto this high ground. Then Song is going to be used, trying to find if there's going to be a good target, waiting for the end of that ultimate, and then the Jeff got to follow suit too. This is what Citadel Gaming needed to try and get this across the board, but Chopped are just trying to hold on by a whisker.
Yep, he's giving everything they can. The Symphonic Resilience for the extra time. The damage output, though. Tanuki with the squids. Crazy Kitty goes for the hits. Jeff, but is picked off the point, and with a minute to go, Citadel are able to also reach the end of Hall of Jalia. That is now 2 minutes and 1 second versus 1 minute exactly. Double the time for Citadel now.
I mean, both teams have to look on how they held that first point. Citadel Gaming, when they defended, they just didn't really know what the go button was to go for that fight. They let Chopped farm up their ultimates way too quickly and way too easily, and it just meant that the fight was going to lean towards the attackers. But Chopped, when they go into their defense next, they need to worry about what the hell hit them when Citadel Gaming leaped in with the Venom and the Hulk, with both of those team-ups with Jeff and Namor. And that might actually be the strategy that's been used to begin with for Citadel, as I think they're defending first. Yeah, they're going to go for the Namor and the Hulk on this defense to stop the dives coming in.
No Jeff, though, this time. They're going to be running Pokey on the Jean Grey hair on the Phoenix. Alex sticking with Luna, Ken on Invisible Woman. They're just going with a standard 2-2-2 lineup here. Whereas Chopped, they are also looking to bring it back to basics here with a Winter Soldier and a Phoenix.
Might also be a thing to highlight that the characters protected were the Luna and the Invis, making sure that maybe those two main strategists for the Citadel roster, they know what characters they're playing and they're not likely going to be changing them. Everybody else, however, musical chairs on what you're going to be going with. Beetle is on the Strange on this attacking side for Chopped. Are they going to go for the pole player? Or are they just going to do what they did last time? Just use your feet like normal people.
We'll have to see as they're going to make their way out of the door. Defensive positionings by Citadel. As Chopped, looks like it is going to be a standard foot-based attack plan.
Get the stepometer out and hit your 10k steps. Pokey is trying to hit his ultimate. He's 40% already. He pretty much doubled it in the time that I was just yapping about stepometers. So now he's farming up stuff to a nice level. It's still a little bit behind for Tuzi, but he doesn't want this problem to come in again. You've got Chopped making that same maneuver, trying to basically get in behind where Citadel Gaming would be coming from on this defense. And they're trying to keep these bits of high ground, and it's pretty much free real estate for Tanuki to be sending these pot shots in, but a Hulk goes down. One of your vanguards of Enzo is out.
They can swap, maybe bring the Strange back in for the reinforce. A lot of damage going to be coming in. There's another pickup, and Crazy Kitty is getting the momentum for the side of Chopped. Portal going to be coming in from Enzo as overtime is active. It's all or nothing for Citadel now to try to hold this with just a sliver of the point left. Portaling back in. Ultimates not yet available, but a lot just around the corner for everyone. Tanuki is currently untouched up here. The classic Namor positioning, sieging in on everyone who's trying to use the low ground for cover because no one can touch him. And with them all grouped up, the Horde of Proteus, Invisible Boundary shuts it down completely, finds nothing.
And it's also still a little bit on the point as well, so not only does it protect them from that Horn of Proteus, it gives them something to play around, at least for now, but it's going to be used on the other side, pretty much making the whole point the Citadel Gaming place to hold, and then you've got the end song diving deep into Chopped. It's pretty good progression on the point. 88% is pretty much where it's going to be drawn in, and Citadel having 2 minutes to try to beat it.
There wasn't even a chance for anyone on the side of Chopped to swap to Strange, even if they didn't already have someone on it, because they all were taken out pretty much in while the first respawn timer was ticking down. And now Citadel, with double the time that Chopped did, are able to group up and see if they can beat 88% on point one, a point which they grabbed within the first minute last round.
It's fair to say that Chopped, good result against Na'Vi in the night shift tournament, 3-2 win, and you could maybe add the asterisk for both Citadel and Na'Vi that they had both recently come back from China from that mid-season finals, so the meta wasn't maybe as up to date. But that might be me just coping for our international attendees from EMEA. This Chop team is legit. And now I think it's a question of how much damage they can do this early on into their tenure against the Citadel Gaming that knows that it makes mistakes, wants to make up for them, and really doesn't want to lose against this Chop squad.
Citadel Gaming are literally pulling out everything right now. They've got the rocket, they're giving everyone the pre-armor, they're stopping just short of a penny for maximum, a little bit of pre-fight protection, but they are trying to maximize every chance they have because it comes to this. If Citadel can grab 89% of the point, then they move on in the upper bracket. Otherwise, if Chopped can hold, then it comes down to them. They're starting once again on Strange, not giving anyone else the possibility of swapping to it on that defense. They're committed to at least trying to build up some of this ultimate.
You've got the turrets being set up with that Gamma team up with Enzo, so Tanuki is just bombarding them. In fact, to the point that they actually have to back into shelter. They need to find some space here. You have got strategists building ultimates quickly, but it might not be quick enough. You need to get a foot on the point here, guys, because they pretty much only need to get 20% more, and it's done. Okay, yeah, you knock down one of the vanguards at the very least, but you still have to put these toes on the point to stop it from going in the favor of Citadel.
Using the tech where you can cancel your Cosmic Cluster to maximize a quick hyper speed shot. Go for the Isjef into the backline. Looks to try and see if they can sneak a strategist. They got both, but they're bombed completely. And Tuzi may have just saved Chop as they're holding on for the line. Enzo's dropping out. 56 seconds left. Citadel, it's falling apart. Enzo's fleeing. He needs to reset. He must reset because they can't go in as 5 or Chopped will be moving on.
Oh, but it's tricky though. Look at the progression made. It was 66%. You have to shuffle it up a little bit more. So Citadel Gaming, they only need one good team fight here, and you forced out quite a lot in the end. 30 seconds more than enough. You still got overtime to rely on if you need it. But I have to look at that Karmic Revival. It's available for Pokey. That's the win condition here.
The Karmic Revival is what they have, and it's what they need. They have Fate of both worlds as well. Horde of Proteus. Here comes that Hulk with that indestructible guard for the extra protection. Beetle has the Eye of Agamotto, though. If they can catch the backliners quick enough, then they can maybe burn through them. Horde of Proteus onto the MJ to completely block down Eye of Agamotto into the backline. Kraken impact! It's 2, it's 3. The Karmic Revival's bringing them back. The resets are still here, though. They can burst through it. It's an absolutely devastating defeat. But Citadel come back in for another go. Tuzi takes out Ken. Tanuki has returned one more time. But Crazy Kitty is going crazy on it. Taking the point 1 by 1. It's GG. And Chopped are able to hold, taking down Citadel. And Chopped continue to move on through the upper bracket.
They managed to take down another giant of EMEA, pretty much the top 2, but doing it in Ignite, in fashion and Crazy Kitty. We've been harping about this player as being such a standout now on this team in comparison to what we saw from him in Stage 1. That Kraken's impact right at the end there was splendid, even with that Karmic Revival to bring people back. The way that Chop took that fight, it was down to the wire. This is what you want to see, though. It isn't just like the top 2, top 3 dogs of EMEA. Now we have some new contenders that are looking the best that they've ever played, full stop.
And with that, Citadel go down to the lower bracket. Chopped, they move on in their group. A tough opponent waits for them as they continue to make their way through. They'll be against either Insomnia or OG Seed, which will be rough to deal with. Crazy Kitty making it work. Tuzi as well. These are 2 such legendary duelists, but so much is coming in from Vertigo and MASH as well. They're staying safe, they're staying protected, and they're keeping these duelists enabled and activated.
And doing it and matching the styles of Citadel Gaming too, who aren't just going for your like typical meta slop almost, that they are willing to move and ask some pretty difficult questions for a fairly new roster to come together and answer. But they answered them regardless, matching them 2-2-2, matching them triple strategist, it didn't matter. They had the players to be flexible and play around whatever Citadel tried to throw at them, and they did it in just such panache, honestly. They did it in such a way that was entertaining to watch and makes you really excited on where this team can go. But Citadel Gaming, yeah, losers bracket, we sort of expect them to still be making it to playoffs at this rate. It would be a real shock otherwise if not. But you've got to really think about how that series got away from you.
Legitimately, you got to work out what went wrong. This is, of course, a new meta because it's a new patch, so you got to really work out what happened there, because a lot of this wasn't a lot of new patch stuff. The Jeff obviously was very important for both these teams, but the Invisible Woman was like the main character who was touched in that patch that both these teams lent on so heavily. Vertigo, again, I talked about it right at the start. They are one of the safest playing strategists in this game, keeping their team sustained so often, but so much of that came down to last patch characters. The Human Torch, the Phoenix.
Yeah.
This was just chopped, knowing what they were doing.
It felt that they had a good idea on what to expect, I think, from Citadel, which is hard because it felt that from that Foxhound game for Citadel, they didn't have to show too much other than they were going to go for pretty like standard compositions. They weren't going to try and one-dimensional homogenized a way of playing. So it just felt a little bit like taking them for Halls of Dajalia. A really good shout, I think, for Chopped to be able to choose that map. And it looked a lot better, I think, from Citadel on that map, but just a couple of those like moments and areas and some of the fights just full stop just seemed to completely fall apart from them. And Chopped, if vibes are good, this team is going to go far.
Could not agree more. We've all been excited about seeing them, and they're already starting to just activate when it comes to just how much they're progressing. We can see here Citadel have moved down to that lower bracket to play against either Foot or Revived, whereas Chopped, they wait for OG Seed or Insomnia. A very tough matchup potentially for them, especially with how these teams are playing, a very different play style to what we're seeing out of Citadel. So we're going to continue to trial Chopped as we make our way through the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, they sort of set themselves up nicely to be coming out of this group as the top seed potentially. But honestly, I think that grand final, that upper bracket game that's going to be next Sunday, I think, that could very much just be a rematch of this, a full like best of five. So that's what we want to see. And we had seen in stage one, right, of just the repeats of these games, Rad versus Pro for like 3 times or whatever. It feels like this isn't going to be the last time that we see these two teams fighting to go on it.
We're going to be talking to a player very shortly, but first, a quick reminder that in-game right now, we didn't get to see too much of the Punisher in the latter game, but we did see it in the earlier game, and he's got a new skin available. You can check it out. We have the Aqua Arsenal Punisher and the Azure Shade Invisible Woman, both available as of yesterday. You can go in. After a game like that, everyone deserves a bit of rest and relaxation, especially the Invisible Woman players. And this is the perfect skin for enjoying what's left of the sun, as you already mentioned, the equinox approaches.
Pretty much, yeah. It's about to get a little bit darker, I think, in the Northern Hemisphere, but it's really a case of just needing to cool down, I think, because that's just one series out of 4. And we had a fairly quick day on Thursday where we were just quick 2-0s, very one-sided matches. I feel that that's going to set the tempo and the temperature of these kind of playoff games that we expect to see.
Could not agree more, with so many incredible games coming up as well. That was just game number 1, and what a first series to start off this beautiful Saturday with some incredible games. I keep saying beautiful, I just looked out my window and I can see
it's done nothing but rain. Yeah,
it's
horrible. It's a horrible day for outsidedness, so we're going to stay inside and watch some of the best region play some of the best Marvel rivals that we've seen so far in this game.
Legitimately so. So looking ahead, while we're getting set up for either the break or the interview, we still have the rest of our upper bracket games. We just saw Chopped take down Citadel. They're going against either Insomnia or OG Seed, both of which have set up some really incredible games so far, but OG Seed are the only team in this upper bracket so far to have dropped a map up to this point.
Yeah, but I guess it is up against the FUT esports, right? So it's not just any team that you're dropping a map to. And I think we were also saying, like, when we watched Chopped play up against Paradox, we sort of said at the end of the first map that it was like, Paradox played well, like, and Chopped played okay. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't, like, super impressive. But I guess it feels like they're just sort of played to the strength of their opponent to an extent, because I think that series, quality-wise, you can't really say that there was too many mistakes or egregious moments from either. It was just almost like a good game of tennis, just very backwards and forwards, both teams adapting to each other. I would also expect that we're not going to get an interview from these guys, considering that they sent their coach yesterday, or sorry, on Thursday, and 3 of the players didn't fill out the player information. So yeah, we're not going to be able to speak to Chopped. We will force them by law in the future, especially if they start to do more damage in this upper bracket, that they have to talk to us about some of this cool stuff. But we do have more playoff games to get on with to see who's going to be potentially pushing for a top 3 spot in EMEA and a spot in the grand finals. But we'll be back very shortly before we see Virtus Pro and Al Qadsiya play up against each other. We'll see you in a few.
We are undefeatable! Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come fight me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, the arrival till the end. Rise up, hoping your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, pushing across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
And we are back. We didn't get an interview, but we've got you a present instead. And that is MRC champions many times, Virtus Pro, returning once again, missing out on those mid-season finals by 1 spot, because there were only 2 spots available. Now there are 3 spots available, and one of the few teams who has ever beaten Virtus Pro just went down in the other group. They're going to be looking to snipe one of those spots, but Al Qadsiya, a team that everyone has described as so intelligent, so good at evolving with the meta and the strategy, it's a tough team to go against.
squad that also hasn't changed up their roster. The two squads that have changed up their roster the least, actually, facing up against each other. It's just Ballas that's a new name. But yeah, for Alcacia, we did see them play up against Virtus Pro in the Marvel Rivals Championship a couple of weeks ago in the upper bracket. It was pretty one-sided in favor of Virtus Pro, but it feels like the shoe was on the other foot when we saw Alcacia playing up against Dawncore on Thursday. And I wanted to sort of specifically highlight something that we were talking about in the broadcast, like after the fact, to sort of show the kind of stuff that like Cadsia wants to try to do to less experienced opponents, but also the kind of things that like Virtus Pro are probably going to do to Alcacia in this game, let's be frank. And it is just these kind of moments where, like, look at Dawncore's progression on the point, 99%. One good fight with the free ultimates that they have, they would be able to take it and we'd go to a third point over on Krakoa. But Alcacia know this. They know that they need to sort of buy up some time, so they basically hot step on top of these ultimates, forcing out engagements, but do it one at a time. They force Dawncore to keep resetting. So even though this is one of those fights where Dawncore are like, let's group up, we have some really good stuff, we'll throw the kitchen sink at them, through the end of that map entirely, we just see Alcacia just basically cycling their ultimates and not allowing Dawncore to do anything. The problem, however, is that Virtus Pro are very good at doing that against you.
Yes.
So when it comes to the macro and the strategies around ultimates, you might be on the receiving end of some good plays like that.
Choosing the location of a fight could be just as important as when you take it, what ultimates you have for it. Being able to take the fight off the point means that Alcacia had more flexibility. Like you said, were able to cycle because they had more area to retreat to in order to set themselves up. But we talk about it. How much can we really say about Virtus Pro? The answer is literally everything over and over again because they just keep winning. Champions of the MRC Season 0. Champions of MRC Season 1. Not champions of MRC Season 2, they were busy playing in Ignite, getting really far, getting to third place, and then champions of MRC Season 3. This is one of the most winningest, is that the word, teams
I guess so,
in Marvel Rivals history who have yet to go to a LAN.
And there was a good amount of like humbleness to their approach when we spoke to Finzi after their win on day one, where it was like, yeah, we kind of struggled a lot with the Ignite draft phase and stuff, and we ultimately just want to be better, more flexible players, move stuff around as and when needed, because we have the players, we have the resources, we have a good org and people that look after us and love us and want us to do well. Now we need to be the ones to put in the work to actually sort of hit the next level. So this series doesn't feel like it's going to be as much of a gigabanger as the last one, to be honest, because we have seen these two teams play recently. It was very one-sided in favor for Virtus Pro, and these are the kind of games that we don't worry about Virtus Pro in. However, this Alcacia team, they got a lot of notes, I think, on how they wanted to improve after that loss against Virtus Pro and Chopped in MRC, that I want to see what that improvement has been going forward.
They're always learning, they're always evolving, something that while Virtus Pro have been at the top of the mountain, they didn't have to do as much, which is why, like, it's exactly like what you said. They have put in the work in order to just be better and to be more flexible, to learn more stuff. We saw Thorn yesterday coming in from Vinci, and it was scary, really scary. Whereas Alcacia, they have been doing the research. Question is, how much research can you do against a team that is also now evolving and improving it day after day?
Virtus Pro versus Alcacia, starting off on Krakoa. I'm happy that I'm getting to the point now where I can recognize the map just based off of the music when it starts up.
Yep.
But yeah, you're right. We're going to see a lot of different stuff, but the drafts pretty much going in the same direction as they have done so far today. No Mantis in play.
Mantis taken out. Luna going to be protected. One of the highest priority characters so far. We look at some of the other options. This isn't a spawn hold map, so we don't need to worry about Sparker's rabid raccoon that he's decided is going to be his key in those triple strategist, triple vanguard compositions. Instead, we're seeing Phi, who is starting to lean more onto stuff like the Jeff, really giving them the one-sided option to play a little bit more aggressive. This also allows them to play the Venom if it is let through and get that symbiotic shenanigans value.
So far, yeah, you've got two Vanguards as well that can jump onto the Venom if they need to. And Emma Frost being taken out on one side, Invisible Woman on the other, means that, yeah, I imagine that Venom is going to be the play here. Maybe it's going to be a case that final ban for Virtus Pro could be the Venom now that you don't have the Invisible Woman to really just punish a dive in that might come in from Kaya or Milk Boy. Both of which the Vanguards and Alcatia are looking much improved from what we saw previously. At least they've anchored themselves one of those main Vanguards by Emma Frost being protected, and both Finzi and Nevix can play it.
Both Finzi and Nevix can play it, but if you look at what they've been playing so consistently, Virtus.pro seemingly very heavily leaning on that Invisible Woman. They played it in both of their games, and it's the only character that Saipei has played so far in Ignite. Literally in Game 1 and Game 2 versus Vice. So we're definitely going to have to see them be flexible without the Luna or that Invisible Woman. Where do we see them go? Final Protect now for Alcatia. They have the Luna already on their side, and they potentially want a one-sided Adam. Could give them some options there, or at least to protect the Adam on their side. They choose to do similar to what we saw in the last series. Hyper-protect the two current best main strategists.
Yeah, means that Baluki, that she can sit on it a little bit more if they need. And that you can basically make sure that your strategists have that target set up. But it is mostly strategists hit in the draft. I am looking at it, however, you've got the Protect from Virtus.pro over on the Jeff. So you want to run triple strategist, but you can't have Luna, Mantis, Invisible Woman, or Ultron.
Yeah.
What does that leave you with, realistically? Loki, I suppose it would be, and Adam, actually, that Saipei has locked in, or at least hovering over for the time being. Kind of surprised that Adam hasn't been touched by either squad.
Yeah, they also still have Cloak and Dagger still left available for them as well. And technically they do have Rocket. If they want to go extra hard on the revives, then they could, in theory, battle Rebirth, Beacon, the Adam Warlock, if that is the style they wish to play around. We're going to be starting off on Krakoa. Like we say, always we start on a domination map. The question is, what section will we start off? Because again, that really changes the amount of value stuff like an Adam Warlock can get.
I wonder if there would be a way to make it... Imagine deciding that you can choose what point you start on. Or it's just a dartboard that Jeff throws darts at, and it's like, all right, we start here. I don't know why I always go to Jeff as the decider, like the Eldritch Being that decides the fate of the randomizer for this domination mode.
Sounds like Jeff. Sounds like Jeff. We're going to be starting us off here. We're heading to the central party, the Hellfire Gala itself, and at a very early portal, Alcatia want to set up defensively.
Pretty much straight onto the point for Alcatia, wanting to see if Virtus.pro, if you want to try and dive on and take this engagement, you better do it soon. Otherwise, the control of the point is going to go towards the red side. There's the dive in behind from Nevix, and the rest of the team tried to dive in a little bit more with that team up with Jeff. It's fiendish, but nobody's really getting too low for Alcatia, namely from all of the strategists pumping out healing, and an invisible boundary could be up very quickly for Maluki at 80%.
Darker dropping low, but is staying up, keeping the healing output going. They had the soul bond on them earlier, quick teleports, and they finally get through Maluki.
They've just got the ult as well, right at that moment.
Well, they're going to have it for the next fight, as Alcatia will just be one by one picked off the point, forced to head back to spawn and reset. Virtus.pro take the fight without losing a single member, and with now almost all of their ultimates charged up. Kaya having to swap off of Strange, decided that Venom is the more important choice to try and put some pressure onto those backliners.
I guess it's also that you've already used the portal, so the usefulness of Strange might not be as strong as you want, but you have built up good ultimates yourself outside of that very quick invisible boundary that you weren't able to get online. It's actually going to be fight starting with It's Jeff from a discernible amount of time away. In fact, I think all of the players are sort of looking around going, okay, what exactly is happening? And Fi's, he's scouring, hiding in the air. What a position.
It's a setup. The Jeff ult only activates when you hit the floor, so the sound effect, now you delay it on a huge group up. Two members flee. It's blown up immediately.
Yeah, that was like, oh my god, it's 200 IQ, and it is just, yeah, need to worry about the shark that's hiding in the treetops, of course, but you do have the Eternal Bond being used from Virtus.pro, so making progression on the point. Meteor M pretty much lined up with this Ensong Inferno, and then you've got the bunker silo. It was almost a game of chicken between the two of them there. Who's going to slam down first? But Alcatia not quite making progression on the point. Means that Virtus.pro are happy to waste their time.
Virtus Pro are just burning through all the time. They're burning through all the abilities. Here comes the Inside Inferno into the backline, but where's the follow-up? Tilt looking for anything, but everyone's still healthy on the side of Virtus Pro. Dritro healed up nice and quickly, pushing on up. The Symbiotic Shenanigans is about to come back up cooldown here. Fincy gets pulled in and is completely unbothered. Finally dropped low, but will retreat back to the rest of their healers. But no, the healers are being taken out the backline. Saipo revives. Is this a Karmic Revival? Yes, it is. Fincy returns. Needs to get in position to reach the rest of them, though. Everyone is already revived.
Just at the right time, though. He brought back himself with the Life Cocoon and then able to get that Karmic Revival. But not many other players from Virtus Pro went down in the end, I don't think. Citadel, look, you've got both your strategists going down when they have their ults. And that's just like the focus from Virtus Pro. I mean, you're going to have to sort of slow it down and watch your back to see if any mistakes were really made for that backline of Alcancia. But I think it's just more that Virtus Pro sort of knew which targets to focus on. And I saw a lot of 0 casualties just from that glimpse of the scoreboard that we just saw then.
Yeah, this is once again Virtus Pro showing exactly how they like to play. They lead quite heavily onto the Adam, but usually it was Sparker who is picking it up. Now it is Saipe who will be moving over because Fi has been the one picking up the Jeff. And already with 3 final hits for Saipe, it's really capitalizing on being able to play this. Dritro, on the other hand, 10k healing, a solid 1,000 more than Lindstrom on the other side, who's the second highest.
Saipe 1 casualty against him, but that was where he was able to just respawn instantly and then pulled out the Karmic Revival to bring back a couple of players. So it is about picking these fights, and ultimately it's easy to just go focus the Adam Warlock and make sure that he goes down forehead, but it's hard when Virtus Pro have such good positioning and know how to peel and protect their VIPs, their main characters that are going to try and carry their win conditions.
Ballas moving over to the Star-Lord. They're going to try and go for a little bit more of a dueling style here. They do have a Magneto as well, so they can go in with that Iron Barrier, the Iron Bulwark, and go for a Blast Mirage, the classic style that we've begun to see in the beginning stages of Stage 1. They also have both their strategist ultimates. This is Alcancia's opportunity to try and go for an early point.
What's to work with, at least, because of the strategist ultimates that you were sat on that you didn't get to use. But it is weird to see the Cloak and Dagger from Dritro in play, but it's mostly because they don't have many options, I think, to work with. It's the second time that we've seen Fire come in with the It's Jeff and being instantly just pushed into the ground, into the dirt 6 feet under. But now it's whether or not they can have some follow-up here, or whether there's going to be a Karmic Revival for Saipe. Not quite. It should be Alcancia taking the point here. If it wasn't for Fi switching over towards Doctor Strange and instantly portaling back.
Yeah, the portal early so they can have it back off cooldown later on. Saipe will fall but can bring themselves back, which is exactly what they do. They have Karmic Revival to keep this fight going even longer. Nevix returns again. Virtus Pro, they are just valuing bodies on the board more than anything else right now. Cap into the backline with the Freedom Charge. The team is getting kept top. Sparker is doing so much damage but can't out DPS that bonus health.
It's just all of the prerequisites to try to take the point from Virtus Pro and the adjustments that they can make just in an instant. Here again, it feels like another team fight for Alcancia, but you don't have the portal, you don't have a Beer back, you don't have a Karmic Revival. This should be them taking the point first for the first time. But good lord, Tetra, it took a lot out of Alcancia to do it.
It really did. They burned through literally everything, but they did on the other side burn through Portal, meaning that Fi was not only not on Jeff building ultimate charge, but also burned a huge cooldown that now Virtus Pro will not have for a while. Virtus Pro will have to wait for the final fights if they want to try and reinforce that. Pick up the Galactic Legend to try and keep control. Remember, stacking the ultimates bit by bit, one by one, but no one's keeping Ballas alive. They're completely taken out before anything can come of this.
He was just on a bit of an island, maybe expected to be self-sufficient, even maybe having the Idol Aura, but not quite at that time, or just Sparker's able to focus down the breakpoints enough. Speaking of which, Sparker's flying down, seeing if he can break a few more skulls, but it is Finzy that gets that final hit onto Milk Boy, allowing a pretty cheap, honestly, retake for Virtus Pro to take that objective back.
Yeah, they sort of just walked at it, and it's worked. Sparker does finally go down. Alcancia are able to group back up, meaning they can just try and dive in and make something happen. But yeah, Virtus Pro used almost no resources for that, whereas Alcancia burned Galactic Legend and also lost the point.
Gotta say that the dives are good. Nevix, I think he's only been eliminated once so far and pretty much instantly brought back straight away from the Karmic Revival. It takes a lot to be that unkillable when you're playing Venom and you've got an invisible woman on the other side that's trying to pull you back with the Shepherd's Crook into these fights. But Tilt has been good. He's been the catalyst for opportunities for Alcacia, and he's able to get eliminations before the Kraken's Impact has been used, trying to get the reset now and seeing if he can get maybe onto the back of Saipei. Now that the Karmic Revival has diminished and suddenly brought back a couple of players, now Alcacia want to go for the offensive.
And they've already got two, taking out Saipei and Rivalry. Will Saipei return to this fight? Try to keep it going? Look like no. Straight back to spawn because Fincy falls as well. And Virtus.pro are just more than happy to just let that flip. They know they don't have resources. There's no sense in burning resources when they have time, because time is a resource all of its own.
All right, we saw this in the pre-show, though. Same situation. Virtus.pro need to win one fight. Alcacia, they don't want to let that happen. They've got some good ultimates to hold on to, but you imagine Balas might just come out very aggressively with that Galactic Legend to keep Virtus.pro pinned back. But what is Virtus.pro's response going to be? They should expect this.
Galactic Legend. Balas trying to focus the down, but that barrier, the Guardian Shield from the Invisible Woman, just keeping everyone sustained. Invisible Boundary going to be coming out. Here comes Venom onto the point, trying to buy them a little bit of extra seconds to make sure that they have the point touched at least. But so far, plenty of time still remaining. Maluki's the first one to fall, but Tilt already charged up for another Kraken Impact. They're starting to run out of time. I can see it. One more person goes down. Milkboy might have to swap over to Strange because they've lost Lindstrom. It's just a stagger after stagger. And again, Virtus.pro calmly walks at the point and are about to win unless Milkboy can get back.
I mean, this is the best perspective to be on for Nevix, just because we saw him jump onto the point, start to make progression. Alcacia had to dive on him. He spots Lindstrom on their own, trying to hide by the health pack, and takes him out in a 1v1. Now this backline is completely split up. They're trying to keep themselves alive, but the end song is going to slam down onto both of them. And whilst it's not the thing that gets the final blow, it is everybody else in and around it. Virtus.pro maybe pushed a little bit more from Alcacia in the right places, but this is just the stuff that they're made for.
A familiar sentence. Virtus.pro take game at number 1, but literally if you throw any number after that, it still works. Virtus.pro keep control, they capitalize, and like we said, they're more than happy to give up percentage if it's going to win them the game. That's exactly what we saw. They found isolated members. So many times were they winning the neutral fights, not just taking those big ultimate exchanges. And you can see that in the KOs. They're actually pretty similar across these two teams. They're almost equal. The difference comes in as to when those pickups are happening. When Alcacia's pickups came in, they were using ultimates. Virtus.pro were winning without them.
It's more like eliminations per objective control, if that's the way to word it, right? Like, Virtus.pro, they get a team wipe on Alcacia, they take the point. If Alcacia team wipe Virtus.pro, Karmic Revival, Portal play, they're still stalling because Virtus.pro took the point first. It is just how economy-ist, how good the economy is. Pretty much how economic Virtus.pro are with the objective. Like, they can take it very easily, and if they lose the objective, they make it very, very hard. Just full stop.
Yeah, a frugal play style coming in from Virtus.pro, and it works out extremely well in their favor. Taking solid control, even though there is a percentage on the board for Alcacia, the fact is Virtus.pro had control. Alcacia, though, they showed that they can win these team fights. They just got to stabilize a little bit more on the neutrals.
Yeah, I mean, it did sort of feel like it was just a couple of moments here or there, really, that it's like, okay, yeah, Alcacia, we saw them a lot, and we were sort of harping on about some of the mistakes Alcacia had made in MRC. I felt like we didn't see those like harrowing moments against Virtus.pro. No. It was just like small, minor instances that Virtus.pro know how to exploit a little bit more.
Alcacia did nothing wrong in that series.
Oh, no, it was good.
Virtus.pro played better, but Alcacia have been a team that we see literally get better map after map, not just series after series. So this is their opportunity now. This is going to be their 5th map versus Virtus.pro in the last month, in the last 30 days. This is their opportunity to try and get in here, take everything they've learned and try and recover, because otherwise they're heading to the lower bracket and Virtus.pro are qualifying for the playoffs. Well, we'll see what happens with that as we're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, the continuation of this series with Virtus.pro currently in the lead.
Welcome in, everyone. We have a very special interview here from former Rad Esports / Team 1 duelist Melio, and now on Citadel Gaming. Melio, how does it feel to be coming hot off of a win from the mid-season finals, now into stage 2 with a whole new roster?
I mean, it always feels amazing winning things like these. It's of course something I'm going to remember for the rest of my life, but it also feels amazing trying new options and exploring what a different team would feel like for the coming stage.
Talking specifically about maybe the rivalry you guys had with Berber Patapim, but now Citadel Gaming, and now being on that roster, you guys knocked them out of the mid-season finals. Did this kind of help you get like an idea of their playstyle so you know how to mesh better with them now that you're signed with the roster?
I mean, of course, I'm very familiar with a lot of the things they do and how they play, because we've played them a bunch of times and scrimmed them a bunch of times so far. So I'm very well aware of what the team is like and what we can do to make it the best team in the world.
Best team in the world. You basically came from the best team in the world at that point, now on to Citadel Gaming. I mean, what was the reason for making that change over to this new roster?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's something about personalities and how they clash and stuff like this. You know, some people just can't work together forever. Like, there's 2 different personalities from me and Team 1. That's why I decided to leave, because in the long run, it wouldn't keep working out.
Well, it's good to hear that you found a solid fit going into stage 2 of Ignite. Hopefully have the best performance you guys can have there. They did win the specific side of things for EMEA, but of course had that 4th place finish in mid-season. What are your hopes going into this stage and also the grand finals for this team?
I mean, I hope I can be of great use to the team. I hope I can help them with a lot of the theoretical stuff that I learned when I was on Rad, and that I also know as a player, because I come from a different game where we have a different line of theory that we all used on Rad, but nobody from Citadel has this theory. So if I can bring this in and we can learn it and we can get good at it, plus we can utilize what they were already good at beforehand, I feel like this can be the best team in the world, like undoubtedly.
Well, any final thoughts, shoutouts, things of that sort? It's been great to hear from you, Melio.
No, thank you. It's also been great talking with you. I'll just shout out to my team, Citadel Gaming. I really believe in them, and I love every one of them.
Awesome. Well, you can catch Citadel and Melio this weekend for Marvel Rivals Ignite. EMEA is starting up. It's going to be great action. Make sure you tune in on the Marvel Rivals channel on YouTube and Twitch. We'll see you then.
How the hell do you solve a problem like Virtus Pro? That's the Alcatia question right now. They have the map choice. We can't go to domination, so King of the Hill is going to have to sit for the rest of this series at least. But the question really becomes, Tetra, where on hell do you take this squad? Because no matter the game mode, it feels that Virtus Pro on any objective payload maps are pretty much built for it.
Basically, there's been one that traditionally they used to struggle with, aka Burning T'Challa, but it got recovered pretty quickly when we started moving into those later stages and into stuff like MRC. Virtus Pro immediately began to lock back in on it. But that and Abraco have been maps where they've shown a little bit of weakness.
Yggdrasil, I hear the music.
Yeah.
Can't mistake. I just almost want to let the music play out, because I know this map has been in for so long. But it's not often you get that kind of like genty, heavy guitar music in games like this, so it's nice to see it. What is not going to be nice to see for Virtus Pro as they're on the defense first is probably that triple Vanguard, triple strategist, Doctor Strange, Rocket, Adam Warlock combination that they got known for.
And Alcatia, they have been a team that have very much capitalized on the extra revives and being able to do that in their previous series. Versus Dawncore, they were able to get some very hefty revives on Spider Islands. So the question is, will we be seeing a mirror attempt here? They actually went for a one-sided Adam Warlock when they went for that last map, and already Virtus Pro, though, have prevented the revives from coming in, having definitely seen that game and also just knowing how rough it can be to play against from such a long walk from spawn.
Felt like a while since we saw Emma Frost being banned out first on both sides, no?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the first time that Mantis hasn't been banned out first instantly, but I imagine that the second round of bans might try to target that real key of triple strategist play. You can play without them, of course, sure, but if there's a character that you want in the center of that backline, Mantis is just so good right now.
Neither team has. So far, the draft is completely identical. Both teams banning out Emma, both teams banning out Adam, both teams protecting Invis, and finally some differentiation here with Virtus Pro taking away the Jeff, Alcancia remove the Mantis. So Virtus Pro can now secure themselves a one-sided Jeff if they want to keep Fi on that Shark.
I mean, that's probably why they protected the Invisible Woman on both sides, is that you expect the Venoms are going to be in, so protecting against it, maybe combining with some Human Torch play, which hasn't been hitting the ban draft as hard or as often, but you're spot on. It is going to be a one-sided Jeff, at least for Virtus Pro. There is the option for Alcancia to run a one-sided Mantis if they want, but they have another ban first.
They have another ban. Luda, I was about to say, there it is, has very much snuck all the way through the draft here. So making sure that they only have one of those top two strategists, Jeff plus Luda plus Invis, would have been a terrifying backline to deal with when it comes to being on the attack. So now the protection, Alcancia. What do they want to do? Do they want that one-sided Mantis? They prefer a Vanguard secure, and they're going to go with Magneto over Doctor Strange. Magneto is played a little bit more consistently, but Strange, of course, has huge value on these convoy maps.
And the Mantis banned out, bit of a pick your poison, but I think making sure that Mantis isn't in the server, albeit a little bit later than we expected, probably is the right kind of play. So you do have mostly just a one-sided Jeff, I think, with characters that are actually like protected and stuff, but everything else is pretty much open. Neutral on the Invisible Women, and then Magneto is going to be protected on one side, but of course available on the other. So still a lot of options to work with. It does just seem a little bit like what we saw from MRC, from Virtus Pro up against Alcancia. I look a little bit different here.
Very much so. This is very different to everything these teams have played so far. This is very different to the convoy map that Alcancia played against Dawncore. It's very different from what Virtus Pro played against Vice. We are mixing it up here, and we're going to get some lovely creative stuff heading into Asgard. We already saw Alcancia beginning to lock Siege Breakers because they know that we're going to see Virtus Pro lock in on that defense. Going to go hyper defensive with likely the triple strategist and that triple Vanguard that every team is starting to lead on.
I think this is a map that Virtus Pro has never lost, and it's one of the oldest. That's that. I think it's accurate, pretty sure. Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, the only game that we saw them play in Ignite was up against Zero Tenacity. I remember that game because it was pretty much that experience that won it out for Virtus Pro. But it is a different look for the triple strategist, triple Vanguard. You've got the Thing and Groot just looking to scrap it out a bit more. But otherwise, Adam Warlock isn't in play. Neither is the Strange. They're going for something a lot more brawl-centric.
If that works for them, then that's what they need, as the Thing is piling on pressure, able to put a dive onto the backline. The problem is that Moon Knight. There's some very large hitboxes here with Groot. The Groot walls even, and that Thing is going to be very difficult for them to avoid that Moon Knight damage. He's is already charged up with the ultimate. There comes the hand of Conscious Dragon.
Oh, that's a good Strangler Prison.
Capitalize to keep them in place. It's Jeff for the turnaround for that extra healing, though. All the ults are coming in across the board. They snipe onto the Token Dagger, trying to flee, trying to escape into a Box of Doom.
Just back him into a corner. First time that I think we've seen, well, it wasn't Fire that's on the Jeff this time, Madridro instead, surviving for more than 3 seconds before he's deleted with the It's Jeff. But that was such a shame for Alcancia. This fight is still going on, but Kaya using the Strangling Prison pretty much on the corner of just where that invisible boundary was missing players from Saipe, but there wasn't enough follow-up to work with, and that's a hell of a turnaround when you've got Nevix diving in with a Strangling Prison, with the Thing alongside the Strangling Prison for Vi. Means that it has to be a complete reset for Alcancia, and they've moved less than 2 meters.
Yeah, I was about to say 1.93 meters isn't going to be enough. So we
Isn't that like your height?
I can see it. I don't actually know how much it is in centimeters. I'm 6'1". Alcancia are going to be moving in. Here comes the Omega Hurricane. Groot Wall shutting it down, forcing Ballas to wrap around. Tilt's moved on to the Punisher to just try and melt through these larger hitboxes and these Groot Walls to make something happen. The Iron Fucking Motor going to be coming out from Milk Boy. Nevix drops low, being melted by the Punisher. Picked off by Ballas, but BRB returning immediately to the fight, but now the attention has been turned on to 5.
And things are starting to move a little bit more. 10 meters. The texture measurement is stretching out just a little bit longer. But another It's Jeff means that it is going to be Virtus Pro fighting for every inch that they can get. It is a Vanguard trade onto the other side, as 2 of them have actually been picked up from Alcancia. Spat out into an awkward corner. Easy pick off onto Milk Boy. And you have to imagine that Kaya has to reset as quickly as they possibly can.
Ice portaling back in just to make sure that they can keep this pressure on. Even though they lost those 2 members, they want to make sure that they can keep everyone defending here. And once again, Alcancia are sent back to spawn. We're definitely approaching my real-life height now of 29 meters tall.
Yeah.
As they're going to be holding on for the moment. This is another Omega Hurricane. Ballas trying to create an opening, of course, going for those backliners. They've moved up onto the higher ground here. It's going to try and just zone out onto Strange, but the Cosmic Guard Amplifier keeping everyone topped up, and the damage output, meaning that the members of Virtus Pro are going to start to push on back, and then really melting these frontliners. There's not space yet for Alcancia, but they're going to try and pull the trigger. Final judgment with invisible boundary to capitalize, but no one's going down. Ayamoto will catch everyone except for the Punisher as they bring it to burn on through, but Till still goes down.
It's just too much firepower all at once. You've got the invisible boundary from Maluki keeping them in that fight for a little bit longer, but as soon as it went down, so did everybody else. I mean, you got to save from just the play here with 20 seconds. Alcancia, they don't have to jump onto it from far away all that much. But Thai has been amazing playing this sort of Vanguard over on the Gruten and the Doctor Strange. Like, that Eye of Agamotto found so much value, and there's 10 seconds left for Alcancia to get it more than 30 meters.
32 meters feels like a mile. They're still able to touch, but now here comes clobbering time. Dark Force teleport is able to keep some of the backline members safe, and Milk Boy gets 2. Drindro is down. Against back at the BRB, but they've still lost sight, meaning a lot of that healing output is going to be removed. Drindro, though, could go for it. It's Jeff to try and remove some people off the board, and may have to do so as they're already dropping low, but we're already seeing the entirety of Virtus Pro taken down. Has it been long enough? Have they delayed enough for portal number 2 to come in?
They're going to be able to engage if the answer is yes, but the fact that we're seeing Fime swap over to the Wolverine is a pretty hefty no. Able to sort of leap in and dive in is going to be key, and they've got plenty of players that are able to do that. So this fight isn't all done and dusted for Alcacias to get to the end of the first checkpoint.
They're going to rush back in. The Groot Wall's doing a lot of damage on the way through, but they've already managed to push on through. The backline is melting into the wall and forced to leap away. Fire on that Wolverine is trying to melt on through the front line. Invisible boundary keeping the team topped up. It's Jeff used for safety. Once again, not going to be finding anyone, so just want to make sure that they stay up in the fight, but they're going to get melted by Ballas. Lindstrom takes out Drindro as well. Barker brings back Nevix, but Alcancia, with time right at the end of the board, are starting to make space. But Sparker, he's got the rabies. The rocket is starting to just pick people up, doing so much work. That's something Sparker's been doing since MRC, keeping the healing output going, delaying this longer and longer, but the bodies are falling. Lindstrom gets by, and Alcancia, with a sliver of time remaining, are able to take point number 1.
Ooh, and able to do it with a final judgment there for Tilt if they want to try to up the speed of stuff. You've got Kaya swapping over towards the Venom again. A couple of adjustments made on both sides, to be fair. And Sparker moving off of that Rocket Raccoon. Be right back, not going to be that much useful. It's going to go over to the Ultron instead.
Keep a little bit of pinging onto the backline available so they can try and get Maluki and Lindstrom even quicker. Ballas moves over to the Star-Lord. That's going to make it harder for Sparker, though, as Star-Lord, one of the best duelers in the sky, having temporary hit points and invulnerability frames, making it very hard to duel. Last stand, though, melting through. It's enough to set up for the finishing blow onto Maluki, exactly like we said from Sparker.
It's a pretty scary fight to be in for Kai. He eventually does go down. Sparker from the sky is the one that's going to pretty much put a cap on top of that one, and the Rage of Ultron is going to turn this cap into a little bit of a snowball tumbling around, forcing a full reset from Alcacia with ultimates in the back pocket to use. But that pick on Takaya, punished as he tried to leap in, means that it has to be a full reset from Alcancia, despite having a lot to make that a good fight for them.
They're about to have every ultimate. Milk Boy is the slowest one away, currently on 68%. Maluki already at that invisible boundary. So how do they choose to open the fight? Is this going to be a situation where they burn the Galactic Legend to force a mispositioning out of Virtus Pro? It's exactly what we see. Forcing the positioning and the defensive ultimate. That is huge for them. Getting that invisible boundary without having to commit anything else is a massively advantageous trade for Alcancia.
I've seen this before. We saw it in the last series a little bit with Citadel. Just this is a very difficult place for the attackers to try to regain control of this objective. And time isn't on your side, so maybe the brute force approach with the Fate of Both Worlds and Final Judgment might be enough. But the problem is, similar to what we saw from Citadel, the counter is move and run away.
There's so many ultimates in this game where the counter is walk away. Invisible boundary going to be coming out. Media Ram trying to get the pickup on the retreat. Has to just send it into some rocks, trying to get it round that Magneto shield, but unable to do so. Sparker pulling back because Venom is going very far forward. Kaya making space. They have no ultimates to push up outside of that, and the Media M, which they're holding onto, but it's made space, meaning that the cards, finally Alcancia can begin to set up their positioning.
Getting a good aerial view of how this fight is going, and I don't know how Kaya is still alive. He's just been bounced around by that force physics. Never mind, I was like, he's got out scot-free. Nah, it's just going to be the last time. No, he's still actually alive. It's just a backwards and forwards going on here. But a pull away means Alcatia aren't really able to get that payload moving much further than the first checkpoint. But it was a lot better than 2 meters, which is what it was stuck on for a good portion of that attacking side.
Significantly. They have massively improved on that first setup and will now be able to at least try and defend this. They got it just under halfway through point 2, aka almost exactly halfway through the whole map. That's doable. That is half of an entire map. Is a very reasonable place to try and hold. As immediately we're starting to see Alcancia bringing out almost the exact same composition. The rocket we're seeing here. Ballas, though, looking to Ultron and ping from the sky nice and early. And Virtus Pro are teasing us a little bit with a little bit of thunder and lightning.
I mean, if there's 2 Vanguards that I want to play off this combo, I don't want to highlight it. I don't want to jinx it. Because, again, if there's 2 Vanguards that have played together for so long, even before Marvel Rivals, it's these 2. So using the latest Vanguard with a brand new team up, with a Vanguard that people love, that has been a little bit undertuned, that is now finally finding that form that he was in like Season 0. Please, Virtus Pro, don't let me down.
Give us the Thunderstrike Pike. We saw it a little bit yesterday, but I want it again. I'm greedy. They're going to be setting
Eyes on Groot.
Moving over to the Groot. And there's also a Doctor Strange, I believe there? Yes, there is. Vintage Doctor Strange. And Sparker sees what's out the door, immediately moves over to Punisher instead of Moon Knight, so that they can get single target and try and punish that Venom.
It's so stressful watching Kaya. It's just the HP, he's dove in again, and look how much focus he's taking. This time maybe bit off a little bit more than he could chew. But the Vera back is going to enable that Vanguard to be instantly back into this engagement, but unfortunately you lose the other one as Tilt has gone down. Portal has to come in pretty much soon, unless he's going to walk by foot and try and save it.
I think he has to Portal because we also see Kaya being taken down every second is going to make the difference here. We're seeing just so many members. Honestly, I feel like they need to go more aggressive so they can take advantage of the Portal, because now they're about to get incredibly staggered. In comes Jeff into the backline, finds a rocket. Flee, Jeff, flee! Dredro looks for the kidnap.
Oh my god, it was a very quick invisible boundary for Maluki. We're sort of used to and expect that to an extent, but how quickly Sparker found up that final judgment. Less than a minute, he's able to just churn it through. And now it's a scramble, I think, for Alcatia to actually get onto the point. It's meant to be about pacing yourselves to get all of these major cooldowns like the Portal and the Be Right Back to all work pretty much one after the other. Now it's whatever you have, throw it into the fight. Milk Boy does have that Meteor M. Isn't going to use it before he goes down, as the Eye Agamotto is trying to put a cinch onto this. The Amp Amplifier has been used, but I think it was deleted just as quickly as Ballas was.
Kaya could try and swing in and delay this as they were the first to fall, but they don't want to get staggered. They don't want to get picked off. With first point claimed pretty traditionally here, we start to see the swaps back to a more standard setup. Fi moves off of the storm.
Kai's behind him.
No longer need to break the point. They can now move in with the Wolverine to try and get the isolations, which might punish Kaya. Like you say, currently hiding. If Kaya moves in, could get caught by Wolverine and be in serious trouble.
I just saw the red outline on, like, basically the roof behind them, but they try to work out exactly where Kaya is. But they know that he's going to be skulking around, trying to go for the reset and go for the dive. And when you've got the Meteor M and Feast of the Abyss, this is a scary combination to run into, especially for Nevix. He was almost like pulled out of the invisible boundary. He wanted to try and get in for a little bit more healing and sustenance. And now you can see that Alcatia want to try and go in off the back of it. These set plays always look good for them. And this is a really nice fight from them.
This is Alcatia locking back in with meters to go. You can see it's almost exactly halfway through the point and halfway towards where Alcatia was able to get as well. Visible boundary and Kraken Impact. And Kraken Impact, we've seen how much of a difference that ability can make because you only need one to snowball your opponent's setup. But if Dridro can get onto that backline with Jeff, that could be the game changer itself. Removing people off that point is so valuable. Here it comes. It's Jeff. Can they find anyone straggling prison to group him up? The barrier from Magneto buys the time, but that is a kidnap onto the Winter Soldier, but Dridro still falls.
Oh, Sparker though, final judgment. He doesn't need really much help when it comes to the aiming. He's crisp enough as it is. There's not much for Alcatia in order to try and contest this. If they want to get on it, they need to now. But the Groot wall is just enough to go. There's the losers bracket for you. Us at Virtus Pro are going to be making it up to the upper bracket final to play Chopped, but also to playoffs no matter what happens next.
A rematch. This is familiar. Alcatia being sent to the lower bracket in a tournament by Virtus Pro, who then move on to play against Chopped. It's MRC again as they continue their journey. Sparkle with a very well-deserved MVP. And yeah, that is also Virtus Pro qualifying for the playoffs, and this time without any markers on them. They have made their way through without having to deal with stuff like a loss to Rad early.
Also, my mistake, it's obviously we're in a different group as well. So Virtus Pro will be playing Chopped. We have to wait for playoffs to see those two fight. But potential Navi, it depends on how that game is going to go later against Ninja too, to see what's going to happen there. But it is pretty much this Virtus Pro squad not wanting to have any markers, like you said, because in this game, in stage 1, they lost to Rad in surprising fashion. Not going to allow Alcatia to really make it any closer than that, realistically. It's pretty much this team is not wanting to make the same mistakes as it did in stage 1, and it's rewriting some of those wrongs.
And automatically, we're starting to see a lot of people believe Virtus Pro are heading to those global finals again. Second you see Virtus Pro do well and also fix the mistakes they've made, the belief returns. And you know what? For good reason. Because this is just Virtus Pro continuing to do what they do best. Get win after win. But Alcatia, it's exactly what we called. They've improved one game to the next. They've got better and better. And now moving down to that lower bracket to play against the winner of, I believe, Peps versus FaZe, they now need to continue that journey.
Yeah, they have a lot to work on, but it's step by step they're making those good progressions. And I would have said that it's a hell of a map to try and take Virtus Pro 2. I don't think they've lost it ever. And a lot of those wins have been pretty one-sided for them. But I think that Alcatia had some good answers to that kind of like spawn door hold. And you kind of forced Virtus Pro to show a little bit more with stuff like the Thing and group setup that they had. Weren't relying on the added Warlock at all, despite I think it being available for both sides throughout that map. It just wasn't really a factor. I think Virtus Pro had the option and opted against it.
The Rocket being valuable in itself, bringing people back with the BRBs, and also Sparker has very much chosen violence every time he plays Rocket. Every time you see him, just watch the elimination feed. He plays so aggressively in these team fights. It's always a delight to see. And we do love that. So once again, like you say, they're going to be up against either Na'Vi or NJC in their next matchup, which is going to be our last series of the day. So we'll be finding that one out a little bit later.
Yeah, it's sort of a good day, I suppose, for Virtus Pro fans, because it is just the kind of like main thing. I guess so far it has, I was going to say it has been just the typical results, I think, but I don't think Chop beating Citadel early was an expected result, just as maybe as simply as this one seemed. But hopefully we should have an interview for Virtus Pro so we can make them uncomfortable by trying to get them to answer questions that they really don't want to answer at this stage. It is just pretty much because everybody's going to be listening in, and we actually have somebody that we tried to interrogate last time on Thursday. We've got Finzi again to ask the questions that, again, you don't want to answer. I want to start it a little bit differently this time because you have played Alcatia a couple of times. We saw you play him against MRC. What's the kind of preparation that goes into a series like that? Because we don't really get... You've played up against them a lot. I imagine you've scrimmed them a lot. What's your like win condition? Because they're a very well-drilled team, and I feel like you kind of know how to hit them where it hurts.
Yeah, like you said, we've played them a lot in tournaments and in scrims. We scrim them a lot. I mean, we don't really do anything like special for them. We just do the same bans we usually do for most teams, and we just play our playstyle, which works against most teams. So we don't like do anything special.
So you already said in our interview with you on Thursday that you are starting to expand hero pools and learn to be more flexible, but you also said you're not doing anything special. So how are you comparing those two? Is this just the new meta for Virtus Pro, or is there special stuff that we're still yet to see?
I mean, like, we have a big hero pool now, so when I say nothing special, I just mean like we're ready for whatever bans they do and whatever protects and whatever bans we do. So if they ban like something that surprises us, we still know what we can do, because we can play basically every hero in the game and every composition in the game.
Obviously, from like our perspective, we don't know whether teams adapt on the fly in the middle of tournaments like this, or whether it's a case of, you know, you holding on to stuff that you don't necessarily want to show yet. Because I want to talk a little bit about Yggdrasil, right? We saw how you guys played it at MRC. It's that typical like spawn door hold, but we saw a little bit of the Thing and Fi on the group, stuff like that. Is there still elements of even you guys sort of like working it out as you go along, making the right kind of like meta changes? Or is it like everybody's holding off on showing what their main strategies is? I know that's a bit of an awkward question, but generally, like, how much is this tournament is you guys sort of working it out as you go along versus stuff that you want to prepare and use at the right times?
I mean, we definitely have some stuff prepared that we haven't done yet, like that we want to use later in the tournament. But mostly it's just like, it's just basic stuff that we're doing right now. So we're not like really hiding anything at the moment, but we definitely got some more stuff that we haven't played at all on stream yet.
So looking ahead now, you are qualified already for the playoffs. You're a guaranteed top 3, I believe, by being in this upper bracket final. So no matter what, you will be moving on to those playoffs, but you still have to play more games for seeding. And one of your opponents could be either NJC or Na'Vi, the former Team 1, aka Rad. Do you have a preference out of the two? And considering that Na'Vi were the team that actually were able to take the first series off you last phase, is there any extra special like vengeance you want or preparation you're doing for them?
I mean, I think it would be fitting if you played Na'Vi. I think it would be a fun game to watch since they're really, really good as well. So I think I'd prefer Na'Vi, and I think we will play them. Special preparation, we will probably do something special for them, yeah. Maybe nothing crazy, but we scrimmed them recently and we know what to do.
Something spicy. I guess the final question for me is, does this stage feel any different to stage 1? Because you lost to Rad, got knocked to losers bracket and stuff, but like going into this week, have you felt more confident than you did in stage 1, about the same? Like, does this feel any different to way back in May?
Yeah, I think we definitely feel more confident, especially on this new ban system. Last time Rat beat us because they banned like 4 supports against us, and we weren't really ready for it that time. But now if it happens again, like we have like 1 month practice with that, so I think we're definitely more confident this time, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Finzi, for joining us. You can go rest up and get yourself ready for next week, where you'll be going up against either NJC or Na'Vi, and also get yourselves ready to potentially watch the games and get a little bit of a preview later on today.
Yep, thank you.
And it's exactly that, Ryan. That is our last series of the day. It's going to be NJC versus Na'Vi, but we still have one more before that. We need to find an opponent for Chopped. Let's have a look at the bracket so you can see what matches we still have and the progressions of where these teams are up to here. Already, we have been seeing in Group B, Virtus Pro making their way on versus Na'Vi or NJC, the last series of the day.
Yeah, and we have got to see exactly who Chopped are going to be playing in the upper bracket or seeing who's going to be going down to losers, but it has been a bit of a brawl here, and it has been entertaining, much like an arcade mode would give you, I guess, in some senses. So this has been in game for pretty much a week now, right? It was the 12th last Friday, so it's Saturday. I've lost count of what day that we're exactly on, but in any case, any of the major game modes that we have seen sort of seasonally jump in and out, you can now sort of play them a good amount. Not all of them, but I guess the mainstay is you can just have this on in the background. Maybe in between breaks, you could just do some of the deathmatch game modes and stuff whilst you wait for the next series to start.
I'm a big fan of Doom Match. That's one of my favorites out of these ones that are available here. I'm still waiting for Ultron's Battle Matrix because I am excited about what we will see there. But I'm more excited about this next upcoming match. We need to find an opponent for Chopped. It's very important, so make sure you come back and watch us do it, as our next matchup is going to be an epic bout between Insomnia and OG Seed. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, Rivals! My name is Diatonic, and I'm here with your results breakdown for the first week of action for the Marvel Rivals Ignite Asia Group Stage. To kick things off for day one, Pacific MRC Season 3 champs Crazy Raccoon sank their claws into newcomer squad Incipients. They snagged a comfortable 2-0 win for themselves in the first bout of the tournament, with Crazy Raccoon's newest addition, NX, leading the charge. Next up, the sole representatives from Vietnam, OEG, took on Rocket University. OEG has some Stage 1 veterans on their team, and it showed here as they took Rocket University to school, picking up a 2-0 win. The last match of the day was another Group A showdown between Assemble Fire, who are returning from Stage 1, and Onside Gaming, making their first Ignite appearance here. But it would be the newcomers besting the veterans here, with ONG taking yet another 2-0 over Assemble Fire. Day 2 opened with a marquee matchup as the newly signed Asia roster of Zero Tenacity upsets the Stage 1 Asia Champs Reject in a close 2-1 series. Stage 1 vets XOXO01 were back in action against U-Winks, a new team formerly known as Rivalry. It would be XO picking up that one with a clean 2-0 sweep over the newcomers. Genji's new roster made their debut on this day as well, picking up a solid 2-0 win over Down Payment to kick off their Stage 2 campaign. Crazy Raccoon's NX continued to impress on day 2 as they took on Assemble Fire. They played a bit of an unorthodox game, but it was that outside-the-box thinking that delivered Crazy Raccoon another 2-0 win over Assemble Fire. Rocket University and Zero Tenacity kicked things off on day 3, with Z10 picking up a 2-0 win after their upset over Reject the day before. Incipients was still on the hunt for their first win in Ignite as they took on Onside Gaming next, but ONG would take the win on this day 2-0 as well. The defending champs Reject were back at the plate next, battling Vietnamese squad OEG, a match that Reject would win with a shutout on both maps. And for the last match of that day, Crazy Raccoon had their third matchup, this time against XOXO01. Crazy Raccoon would deliver XO their first loss here in the group stage, winning in 2-0 fashion and ending week 1 without dropping a single map. The final day of the Asia group stage started with a matchup between OEG and Down Payment, with Down Payment getting their first Ignite win 2-0. Assemble Fire were up against U-Winks next, and U-Winks ended up leaving Assemble Fire without a win here in week 1. Genji was back in action next against Rocket University, who'd also exit week 1 not having picked up a win quite yet. And in the last matchup of the week, Onside Gaming looked to keep their flawless record alive against XOXO01. But XO had other plans, handing ONG their first loss of the tournament 2-0. And at the end of week 1 of the Asia group stage, Crazy Raccoon emerges as the frontrunner with an astonishing 3-0 record. In Group A, XOXO01, ONG, and U-Winks are still in the chase for the playoffs. Zero Tenacity and Genji both have 2-0 records as well, making them the only other undefeated teams here in the group stage. And on the Group B side, Reject and Down Payment are still in the hunt as well. But with another week of group stage action still to come, it's anyone's game. Thanks for watching, Rivals. Enjoy the rest of the show and get ready to ignite the battle.
We've had a 2-1 and we've had a 2-0. Now it is time to see who plays against the team that got the 2-1. Insomnia are back after an incredible performance in Stage 1, and they're going up against OG Seed, another holdover from the first phase, who have already played an incredible first series versus Foot.
This is the series that I'm most unsure about, really, because Insomnia played well when they played up against Revived, but I don't know if they were really pushed to the limit that I'd want to see them play. You know, stuff like Lion Pro was terrific to see back in action. Invisible Woman's very meta right now, pretty much as you'd want to see. But that win, I suppose, that comes in up against Foot Esports was really what left me sort of surprised about what OG Seed were able to do, right? So this is one that I'm not too sure what to say, other than for OG Seed, it's already a step beyond what we saw from them in Stage 1 of Ignite. The roster has mostly stayed the same in some areas, but a couple of changes here or there means that this is a squad that is actually starting to come together nicely for OG.
Absolutely. They're playing insanely well. Again, they took the match off of Foot, a team that is mostly all business with a couple other players, including, ironically, one of the players from Insomnia in the form of Demon, who moved over to that roster. So they've got already a little bit of Stage 1 Insomnia under their belt. Insomnia, on the other hand, they have rebuilt with a lot of familiar players, but they've also, like you said, managed to pick up Lime Pro from the former Yoinkanda. They have Twitzy, who came in on chemistry qualifying for Ignite, but has moved over to this roster.
Yeah, everything else has been good, and it is more like seeing Insomnia without that Forever Demon combination, just the Mac 10 Wolverines coming in, but Forever, I think, had a really good day yesterday, and just their performance and stuff. So this is a tricky one, I think, to call, because I think for both squads, yeah, we saw more push from OG Seed, but they're playing up against Foot, that old business team. That takes a lot to try to beat them in a full best of 3. The only best of 3 that we saw go the full distance in this first round of the game. So it really is just a case of contextually, can OG Seed keep up with this? Because if not, I think Insomnia are the favorites here.
That is the good question, as we're going to be heading into the draft. This is Hell's Heaven by the music. My turn to guess this time, as we are looking at our first matchup here for these two teams. Insomnia, so far in their drafts, they've been keeping it fairly simple. Twitzy and Passimo have also been synergizing incredibly well, which has always been good to see. Whereas OG, so far, as we mentioned, they're the only team to drop a map, but how moot is that considering their opponents, at least in the first round? They've shown, however, very little, despite playing more games. They've shown about the same as everyone else, leaning heavily on Emma and Groot in most of their games, showing very little of what we can see here. But the person I want to highlight the most is Lapsis, who's been consistently staying safe and going down the least on the team and almost in the game in each of their matches, while getting the most or close to the most healing in every single game they've set up. They are the safe anchor for this team.
The beating heart. And there was a chance to actually go for a non-mirrored Mantis in the end for OG Seed, as those first bans were different. But instead, it's the Lunar Snow that's protected, and a one-sided Jeff is going to be available for Insomnia to play with. Now that we're getting to sort of the second phase of the bans, it feels like strategists are going to be the things that are going to continue to be hit here, making sure that triple strategists can't really be something that either team can fall back on, but they're still going to try and make it work anyway.
Ultron's down on both sides. Mantis is down on both sides. Currently a one-sided Jeff. The potential for a one-sided Adam if OG want to use their last protect on that, meaning that both these teams will get one of the main triple strategist lineup characters. Insomnia, they use their protect on the Emma, another incredible character for this map, especially on the Super Soldier Factory section, where yeeting people into the lava ocean is an extremely viable Emma tactic.
Yeah, it seems that the grab is also just the main factor of what Emma Frost could do well when you have a lot more dive options being used. And actually the hold being protected means, banned out even. Well, it's nice to sort of be able to try to take out what I guess Forever would do with these fastballs. And Emma Frost is going to be protected on the other side, so both teams looking to try and play around it a bit more.
There's going to be guaranteeing that they have a safe frontline. So now Insomnia, do they want the potential any other strategists banned out. They could take out a Luna. No, Luna's already protected. Could have taken out Invisible Woman.
Bucky.
They go for Bucky, a character who could very much capitalize off of resets. Of course, crowd control, if they're planning on playing anything with a little bit more dive potential, could be extremely effective here. And there we go. Passivo going to be showing the Venom.
And it's just any form of like CC, but Invisible Woman not touched in either of the drafts for protects or bans. So yeah, the CC available to deal with Venom dives for the most part it seems to be the option for OG Seed. It's not something that they've had to worry about, but you know that with that one-sided Jeff, it feels like the best value you can get out of it is making sure that you have the Venom for the team up alongside. You can play it without, but if you can play it with, you might as well.
Yeah, capitalize. Make sure you get the maximum value out of it here. Let's see how these teams lock in what are going to be the main priorities. Line Pro getting that Luna taken away from them. They've been leaning heavily on Luna and Invisible Woman. One of them still going to be available.
It's nice to see. I don't think we've seen much Hell's Heaven. Obviously, it's randomized, so it's not like it's teams that want to play it necessarily. But this always tends to give us very close domination games. And in this series, it's hard to know which of Insomnia GG or OG Seed are going to be the ones heading up into the upper bracket and into playoffs. Insomnia, they had a pretty good finish in stage 1. OG Seed pretty much bottomed out. So lots of proof for both sides with different names and different faces.
Going for a 2-2-2 for OGC. Insomnia with that triple strategist making the most of the fact that they do have that Jeff, and you already mentioned it, the symbiotic shenanigans, the team up between Jeff and Venom. It's going to give them a lot of extra protection. Frost Mountain, though, has been leaning very heavily on the Storm so far, but not as often on these domination maps. It did show up, but they're bringing it back once again to try and burst down through, and already it's paying off.
There's a lot of damage that Frost, Mountain, and Name took. Name goes down, but Frost is able to trade it out with the offensive play for Insomnia. Unfortunately, however, the numbers are still going well. I think it's actually Relaxing Sky that's getting the majority of the final hits themselves, but they've also taken control of the point first.
But OGC try and break that siege. Twitzy is on the flank, trying to keep them zoned away. Gainer on that group. We already mentioned how much priority this team will put onto Groot and Emma, but it's for a good reason. It's a very effective combo. Passivo diving in, just make sure they don't get hit by Carbon Crush, backing away. So Twitzy going to be wanting to duel Frost Mountain in these main fights, but already we're starting off with a Fate of Both Worlds to open up here. Relaxing Sky forced to mirror after nearly getting burst.
Forced to take this fight a little bit more, but OG Seed have thrown pretty much everything that they had at it, and you still have stuff like the Omega Hurricane that's about to be involved. It's a good grab, actually, getting up to 2 of the enemies, 2 of the Vanguards spat out into the flame. It means that Insomnia are actually turning this around. Equal Ultimate's dedicated, and even Frost Mountain has decided to pull out that Omega Hurricane after those Vanguards went down, and also whilst your other duelist has been taken down too.
Frost Mountain forced to flee because Twitzy pulled the perfect trigger. The Omega Hurricane was so much targeting onto their front line that they knew there was nothing defensive left. Frost Mountain, I'm correcting myself from earlier, has played Storm in every single game so far. All 3 that OGC have played, and already with that damage boost is setting up for KQ to continue to capitalize here. But already Insomnia keeping control, 83%, building back up towards another Galactic Legend at 20%.
Now it's for Insomnia to maybe get this final blow on the first point. The Omega Hurricane, Siren of Seduction is going to be used, but Pasiwa has chomped 2 of the teammates from a Boohoo down. There might be Boohoo for OG Seed on this first point, because it's not only Insomnia winning the fight, they completely stop OG Seed from touching that first point of the Super Soldier Factory.
A convincing hold there by Insomnia. OG just unable to find an opening. We're going to be heading to Frozen Airfield as the next setup, but already we're starting to see Insomnia GG show what they are made of. Looking at the statistics here, so far, Passivo, someone who's constantly diving in, and Twitzy, someone who has to dive in if they want to blast a barrage, haven't gone down yet. They're able to really rely on their strategists here.
Gotta be honest.
It says a lot that your Venom hasn't died yet, you know what I mean? Pasiwa was like free real estate to be able to deal with this. But also, Twitzy on this team has really come alive. He was very good from what we saw over on Chemistry. But just against this, with this team, you've got some experienced players in all of those kind of roles. It just seems to be the kind of environment that makes him thrive just a little bit more. He's undefeated so far when it comes to eliminations. He's looking to see if he can do a little bit more damage and make this a very MVP performance from his team for Insomnia.
Asimo just caught an interesting bit of geometry and was sent into orbit, but has made it still to the front line of the fight before anyone from OG Seed can reach the point. Defensive position set up by Insomnia to go to the high ground. Frost Mountain has abandoned Storm, moves over to the Star-Lord to try and take the 1v1 duel, forcing Twitzy to back away after meeting the entire team.
I think both players from Insomnia that were trying to perch on the high ground have dropped down below. They haven't taken the point yet, but you have got this movement from Passiwo that's just managed to hit across laterally, mostly keeping those players from OGC awkwardly positioned, but the fate of both worlds is going to allow them to sort of waterfall down, try to contest this point, make sure that Insomnia don't get it, but it is just a case of Twitzy waiting for that ultimate to end before the Galactic Legend comes through.
The Legend is going into the backline, but everyone is completely grouped up. They're not finding any finishing blows. The tanking is real. Nocta will fall on this backline as Insomnia, finally the point is picked up by OGC as Insomnia will be forced to retreat. They just did not have enough attrition this time.
Not this time. It was a good ult from Name, the Eternal Bond, and there wasn't really too much to CC them out of that Cloak and Dagger ult. And the Portal play is just going to turn him around. You have got the Jeff being used on one side, and then the Insult Inferno. It's a bit of a mess in either case, but OG Seed deal with this curveball strategy from Insomnia well enough that they still have control of the point. Insomnia is very close to taking it themselves, but this has turned into a little bit of a mess.
It's quite the brawl, to say the least, here as they try to make their way up. And OG Seed, they extended up to try and fight Insomnia and keep them in their spawn. Insomnia just teleported past them and end up still getting isolated and picked off. This is a full control right now from OG Seed, keeping us even as Abu, who is going to be moving in with the silent seduction, trying to lock down the retreating members of Insomnia and send them right back to their spawn again.
But you've got Insomnia like losing players and then trying to take the point. It's again 2/3 of the way of actually turning it back into their favor for the first time on this second point. It's a little bit weird for Insomnia. It just seems to be two things happening at different times and not quite lining up with each other. But Frost Mountain switching over towards the Star-Lord, trying to see if he could do a bit of a Twitzy cosplay. The rest of the team's able to clear up, and now this is getting towards 70% on this second point.
This is just dominant back and forth. Neither of these teams seems to be able to reclaim a point once the other has control. The defenses for both of them are so solid. So now it's all about, at this point, who takes first point on round 3 if we continue this theme. Or Insomnia need to actually start to pull it out and recover and make their way in, reclaim the point, which is already at 88%.
Feels a little bit like that's domination full stop. Whoever gets the point first is such a big advantage. But this is yet again Insomnia almost just clearing it for free. But this hasn't worked the last 2 times. With Passiwo's help, third time might be the charm.
They're able to get the double. Nocta's coming in with the Jeff, keeping the team topped up. Gets the double. That is massive. The damage output is there, though. Evasive maneuvers. And see ya.
Needs that like goofy like falling. I'm not even going to try and replicate it because it's just so like unique, or just a Wilhelm scream will do. That is Insomnia. It eventually worked, just going for these kind of like behind plays to take the point. But now they can't put a foot wrong if they want to take Hell's Heaven 2-0. Any fight won for OG Seed brings us to that third point.
Twitzy's on the flank, looking to try and do some damage, maybe a blast barrage through the enemy team to get back to their own. Very low ground here. Just be careful not to get caught out. If OG Seed want to try and reclaim this point, Twitzy gets caught out. Already sent back to spawn here as Nocta keeping the team topped up, make sure they're safe, but already OG Seed are way more grouped, making their way onto this point to try and take advantage of that first early pickup.
Now this fight is getting a little bit more interesting. The Invisible Boundary feels like it's being weighted on for OGC. They have a lot to go off the back of it. But Relaxing Sky has got the fate of both worlds. Might want to hold on to it to try to get all of these ultimates out from OGC. But unfortunately, you've lost one of your vanguards. Now is the time to use that fate of both worlds on your side. And mostly you've sort of stemmed some of the chaos that is happening. And OGC survived by a whisker. Boohoo does eventually go down. But this fight is out in the open. There was an attempt at the Galactic Legend, but this ultimate from Forever, that Sign of Seduction, gets so much value.
But now the Eternal Bond has been burned because while Frost Mountain is down, Name knows that they have to contest this because we're approaching that 100 line throw, move over to Strange so they can reinforce and get everyone back to the point. Same from a Boohoo, portaling everyone back in. It's all on this last final fight now as Quincy takes out Frost Mountain for the second time from a bomb, dropping so much damage. Meteor is sent into the backline. Nocta gets Lapsis off the map. Twitzy in the backline is doing huge damage to Name. Able to retreat out of that damage after they get hit by the Terror Cave, which might have finished them off if they weren't careful. Need to be careful not to end up on the other side of that portal once it expires. But Frost Mountain falls for a third time in one fight as they desperately send people at the board to try and buy time. But Venom just cannot hold. They cannot maintain. And Insomnia are able to take game number 1.
Yeah, Frost Mountain didn't hear no bell, but eventually it is going to be Insomnia taking this one 2-0. A very interesting 2-0 on this Hell's Heaven first point, though. First was very straightforward and easy, frankly, from Insomnia. But that second point, we see a little bit more of a fight back from OG Seed. Things start to really come into their own. And then just those final couple of fights got really scrappy. You gotta say, though, like, it's overall just a good performance from everybody in the server to an extent. But Twitzy's going to be the poster child, I think, of this team. Really was able to just get so much done and had some really good Galactic Legends to boot.
9 final hits. Also a big shout out to Nocta. This is the player who's been traditionally for this roster, the player who plays stuff like the Jeff when it has been needed, has really brought stuff in. That way the Winter Soldier as well, sorry, has been playing the Winter Soldier traditionally, now moving on to the Jeff, and has really found their own with this, managing to get huge value for the team. That's probably the most Jeff environmental KOs we have seen so far in Stage 2.
And done in like clean fashion too. Like, it's a little bit easier on this map because like you can see just how far it is to travel. I wouldn't say that this is some crazy rollout that you need to do for Jeff to be able to get those kind of picks, but it is all about timing, finding those right engagements. And if you're able to catch both vanguards in every instance that you've done that play, that's a lot to say about Nocta, but also the Vanguard's positioning might be just a little bit off that keeps happening.
Those Vanguards are Magneto and Emma, both of which can be immune to it. Nocta's also been placing it beautifully to keep their team healed up. It's definitely one of the strongest Jeff performances I think we have seen so far. And in the meantime, like you already mentioned at the start, Twitzy's just been in the sky unleashing just clip after clip into everyone on the ground. They took a lot of those duels versus Frost, who really was started off strong on that Storm and played a really good Star-Lord, but it was just the difference of being able to take those duels more effectively with the triple strategist.
Yeah, I don't think that this is going to be a straightforward 2-0 for Insomnia, though. We still have a couple more maps potentially for a chance for OGC to claw this one back. So we're going to go for a quick break, and then when we come back, we'll see if Insomnia can move up towards the playoffs, or whether OG Seed are going to strike back. So don't go anywhere.
Psionic Surge! Force Burst! Disappear! worshipping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon, and I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Waking up, hoping your rise, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls before the rich winters again. We are rivals till the end. Rise up, hoping your minds hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
Insomnia want to make this 2 playoffs from Ignite for 2, and they're just 1 map away from potentially doing it. For OG Seed, it wasn't the best debut back in stage 1 in May for the squad, losing to, I'm not going to say the streamer team, but we know what Schmungus are capable of, right? In these instances, OG Seed have shown a lot of promise of what they've been able to do this stage, but now I think they're really under a keen test like they were yesterday.
OGC, like you said, phase 1, they did lose to Schmungus, but then they were able to take down 0%, a very strong team, so they did get themselves onto the board that way, but then lost to All Business in that lower bracket as well. A situation they'd prefer to avoid. They found themselves in the upper bracket, which is already further than they made last time. They just want to avoid being in that lower bracket again, because if they lose this round and next round, they end in the exact same spot. And you want to see that you've improved from series to series.
Midtown is going to be the choice actually from OG Seed, similar to what we saw from them yesterday, I believe. But we also saw them pull it out against Schmungus. I remember that map in particular because it was one that they actually ended up winning. It was a little bit more crazy, and like I said, the roster was a little bit different here or there. I think for them, it's more of a case of just making sure that things can get off on the right foot, and Mantis Bams coming out instantly, you would assume that it is going to be another look at what Triple Strategists can offer both sides.
OG Seed last season, last stage, they won 3 maps total. Hall of Dejalia versus All Business. Midtown, like you say, versus 0%. And then Krakoa versus 0% as well. So being on one of the maps that you know you're doing well, of course, with multiple new players, this is OG Seed's time to try and make their way back in. We see Ultron taken out, one-sided Emma on the side of Insomnia.
And now both bands going to be coming in together. You've got Luna to protect on one side, and then you've got the Emma Frost one-sided on. So yeah, I'm curious to see what the player focus is going down at this rate, whether you want to go for the duelists, and it is actually going to be Insomnia making sure the Strange isn't going to go on one side, and maybe they'll protect it here too.
We'll have to see. Plenty of options, but where is that priority? Do you want the Jeff again to make it have an equal impact? They choose Luna, keeping it one of those 2 big main strategists available. Luna going to be protected. Invisible Woman not yet touched by either side. OG now with the next ban, of course, the final save coming up here. Do they want to potentially lock in a one-sided Jeff? Or honestly, they can secure themselves a one-sided anything at this stage.
Just anything will do for them at this rate. I wanted to look a little bit on what some of the other bands have been coming in. It's been 3 for 3 so far for OG Seed when it comes to taking out Mantis. Ultron is also something that they're very keen on not having against them, but also the Hulk, which I don't think is something that they've actually changed too much. Whereas on the other side, it is a little bit more of a case of like the Mantis, the Ultron, Strange actually has been taken out a couple of times from Insomnia, so that isn't as unique. Both squads, in fact, wanted to make sure the portals are not on the table for this game. Insomnia going to be defending first, so I'd imagine a Rocket Raccoon might show up here, there, or everywhere.
I think you are almost certainly correct. There is, by the way, a chance of a one-sided Adam, so we could have double revive, something that we saw a little bit of on Thursday. We saw a couple teams going with the low-key Adam Warlock, and then there is a chance you could rocket that as well if you really want to maximize revives, but that's a bit of a spicier choice.
I mean, it's a good time for the spicy choices to come out, I think. Both sides, really. You know, we see some of the other teams that you sort of expect to be making playoffs, and it's a question of whether they're going to show too much or whether they're going to hold on to it, whether it's needed or not. Here, in this instance, I think both teams, if you've got something, use it now, because playoffs is a testament for both teams to be able to make. I think it's a good aspirational goal for both sides, but at the same time, playoffs is still like a couple of weeks away. Like the rest is like seeding, and then you've got playoffs pretty much the start of October for us. So there's plenty of time to work out how you want to approach things, but OG Seed pretty much going to be stuck out. I can see a triple Vanguard's going to be in play from the attacking side, and a very deep hold from Insomnia to try to match.
Let's see if they can break through this. They're, of course, starting with the Storm Moon Knight, one of the, like, 2 or 3 combos we see to try and deal with this kind of triple Vanguard from the strategist setup. Forever, though, is absolutely melted by it. Boo-hoo is able to get the final hit there, but Forever is already back. Nocta, you called it. The Rocket Battle Rebirth Beacon. Keyword is Rebirth. Bringing them back into the fight, allowing them to keep this hold for even longer. Without the Strange being able to bring them back every second now, and every player who's kept up is even more important.
Oh, you got Hand and Khonshu too, and with all these walls, is attempted to try to break apart the attack and isolate them, but when you've got flying targets that can just get over the wall, it's not going to matter. But also, you're still losing out numbers. Yarn Amplifier feels a bit of a desperate plea to gain control of this, but the Hand of Khonshu is going to send it straight back to its own form of spawn, I guess it would be.
Little Boundary going to be coming in, straggling present for the turnaround, trapping him against the wall. Frost Mountain picked out of the air. Sonic Seduction to go for the rest, grouping everyone, but that Eternal Bond is keeping everyone topped up. OG Seed holding the line for them. Straggling present going to be dropped to try and take out Emma. Line Pro and Twisty both falling, but Line Pro will return to the Battle Rebirth Beacon once again.
Frost Mountain able to just keep these eliminations for OG Seed swimming along, and the Payload is moving. Insomnia, a bit of a free fall, I think, to try to gain back some control, but you do have Passivo that is very low at the Feast of the Abyss. Might be able to hold on a little bit more, but it just seems to be one at a time these players from Insomnia dropping. This triple Vanguard, triple strategist hold, it's harder without the Strange, but it just hasn't worked out for Insomnia.
Gaina's going to be looking to move up forward, create some space, try and zone out Insomnia a little bit more. The groups exchanging branches at each other, branching blows, pulled in with the false physics. Passive going to be causing a little bit of a distraction into the back line, but the group walls are blocking out a lot of the shots. Media Rim with Fade of both worlds on both sides. Omega Hurricane try and weaken them to set up for any DPS, but the healing output is just too much for both these teams. But finally, Insomnia outlast the healing, able to grab a double, triple. KQ is in full retreat. Lapses falls, they go down, and it's a full routing.
I've got your back.
Able to sort of make OG Seed reset. You have got KQ to still on that Moon Knight. They could switch off, but he has got his ultimate, so that might be enough of a reason to want to stay on. Abuhu trying to sort of go from the high ground, approach this fight from a different position, and really make sure that Nocta or any other flying characters can't get too much, but the Ensol is going to be used pretty much point blank up in the high ground, forced to dash out, and whilst he does it, he's able to get a bit of a fadeaway onto Gainer.
Nocta abandoning at least one of those strategists for a little bit of extra damage, and it is working. Able to retreat with that silent teleport to keep them up. The card is quite far forward here, and guess what? No portals, no more reinforcements. You have to make your way in on foot, and they're choosing to go via the high ground. Immediately on top of the ambulance, Nocta's going to try and make sure that every step hurts.
Strangle Prison's going to be used on both sides, but Forever's the one to able to get the first pick. He's able to actually get a pick onto one of the strategists on the other side, whilst Name was pulling out the Eternal Bond to try and heal through it. So Lion Pro is able to get a couple of picks off the help of the Psionic Seduction that Twitzy was using, and this fight has gone very well for them in the end. Hand of Khonshu was used from KQ, nothing to follow up, pretty much a full team wipe for Insomnia to claim here. 20 seconds left.
Yeah, only 20 seconds left, and we're not exactly used to seeing OGC switch up to stuff like a Venom or someone like that, or a Captain America, for someone who can run in and touch the points. And the question is, what's the choice? It's gonna be Storm. They have to Omega Hurricane in order to touch the point, but that bonus help is buying them a little bit more time. Here comes that Phoenix, but the rest of the team has to step up. Storm cannot hold this alone. They've already lost KQ. Lapsus with the Fate of Both Worlds is making some space. Relaxing Sky's ultimate expires, but Twitzy has already found a second. Abu goes down with ultimate. KQ to Psylocke so they can reinforce faster to try and touch the point, but they're running out of bodies, they're running out of HP, and they're starting to get focused down. Gator is on the point though, and has made a little bit of space for Passwell. Able to find Name on the backline, which removes even more healing from the point. Strangling Prison finds no one, but it isolates them just long enough. Insomnia hold.
It's a crazy turnaround, I think, for Insomnia. That first part of the first point just wasn't really going their way. They were losing so many players, and buying time, sure, but it felt like OG Seed were going to make a pretty quick job of that first checkpoint. But that switch over for Nocta, I think off the Crazy Raccoon did so much of just their offensive capabilities, I guess it would be. And players like Twitzy, well, we just like play well on the Star-Lord. He's mostly a duelist player. Great performance playing onto the Vanguard in this kind of different setup. Like, he's showing a flexible side as well as a lethal one.
It worked out in their favor. They were able to get that extra damage output. They were able to land the ultimates, and they will be moving off of that now as they... Now Insomnia's time to go on the attack. OG Seed, as we come to expect, triple Vanguard, currently double Strategist, but it would be real weird to see Lapsus be the one to move off of Strategist. There we go. Invisible Woman coming out for the defense.
Before you attack. Get ready.
See what else is going to really change up. I saw Hover for the 4 before, try to think from Passwell, but when you have that option, I suppose, of the Emma Frost, you're going to work with it as much as you possibly can, and it seems that Nocta's going to be the one playing over on the Moon Knight with that spam damage, and currently 13-1.
Doing pretty solid right here. I did not know there was a Squirrel Girl plush on this map. I assume it's in one of the buildings, as we're going to be setting up for the first push out here. Of course, the Storm for the damage boost. Moon Knight coming on in. It's almost an exact mirror here.
Even margins. Twitzy is now on the Storms, plenty of high ground, and it's sort of the same as what we just saw, like just neutral pot shot fighting, able to take out the Vanguards, and that Bureau back is the only thing to really rely on into getting back into these fights quickly. It's already used up from Frost Mountain.
Nocta already is built up on the Hand of Khonshu directly into the building where everyone is set up, but the quick retreat, OG Seed able to sidestep it. But you can afford to do that with Moon Knight because you build up ultimates so quickly here. The focus, speaking of being of stuff that is quick, Venom is able to escape. No, it's picked off on the retreat. Twitzy, Insomnia are moving so quickly.
And everybody from OG Seed wanted to go down quickly, force a reset, but you have to do it without the portal. And so this positioning from Insomnia could be really problematic for them to deal with, but also a Strangling Prison, a Mega Hurricane, and then almost you have a Silent Seduction. How do OG Seed even contest this at a reasonable rate?
A good question. They need to make sure they're back onto the point here. Straggling Prison, that will certainly not help. Getting caught from behind, Omega Hurricane, but Twitzy realizes that that is not going to work. Forced to return. That is dropped by Frost Mountain. That is a great use of the Psychic Spin to try and set up the Silent Seduction to zone everyone else off the point. The invisible boundary that was keeping everyone sustained as OG Seed are going in, trying to capitalize and get something onto the board, some kind of advantage. Fist of Khonshu onto the point though, is keeping everyone zoned back behind the walls, meaning the cart is getting very few bodies on it. They're catching people as they walk in one by one. Venom drops low, swinging off, forcing the Winter Soldier to have to step up, but it buys enough time for Abu. Father's made his way onto the point to try and buy every extra second. Group walls being set up, but he's being hit by the Thorn Lash walls from Forever, keeping them isolated, meaning someone else is about to have to set up, but they can't! A beautiful Straggling Prison to keep Name off the point.
I'd have to say that the main focus minutes to highlight what Insomnia sent them to the playoffs and up into the upper bracket. It's that duo, that Vanguard line of Forever and Passivo. They were terrific in stage 1, and they were terrific there with the eliminations and picks that they were able to get. And just, they love a good scrap. They love a good brawl. It's a Saturday night. It's all right for fighting for them. And honestly, it's just this Insomnia team, even with roster changes, looking to be as coherent and well-rounded as we saw back in stage 1. And they have a chance to go and maybe do a little bit more damage and have another good top 4 finish.
Nocta is 9-1 if you count it as final hits, 23-1 if you count it as full KOs. Just such an insane performance here, utilizing that Moon Knight to great effect. The pressure that Passivo has been offering, you said it exactly. They are playing so well. The fact that Insomnia went into stage 1 and they brought out Hulk, they brought out the Thing a little bit, they brought out a little bit of every, a little bit of back, but not a lot. They had like 2 or 3 plays that they really leaned to, and then they really seemed to struggle if they were forced off of that. They have cooked so much in between the seasons.
And they're also just very good at adapting in those chaotic moments themselves. Like, they were well known of just having very long overtime pushes on Payload maps, where you don't really have the chance to rely on little set strategies or set plays. It's just, if you have an ultimate, go out and use it if you can. So yeah, it's Insomnia sort of building upon that. I think adding in players like Twitzy, it gives you a lot more like offensive capabilities, sure, but also Line Pro is a more experienced strategist in your backline to help with some IGLing as and when needed. It just feels like, I wasn't sure what I made of them yesterday, just because it was not really a series that I think that we saw them fully flesh themselves out a bit, fully stretch out what they're capable of. Here, OGC definitely like pushed them, and it was probably a lot closer than it looked in some cases.
OGC, they find themselves in the lower bracket again, but they still have a chance. However, congratulations Insomnia for the 2nd stage in a row, find themselves in those playoffs, and well deserved. The rough part is their opponents are going to be chopped, a team that just took down the former EMEA champions. That's going to be a tough matchup coming in for them as we begin to get ready to head into those playoffs as we move on in. Here is that Group A. You can see there, chopped, moving in with Insomnia, whereas OGC, they'll be playing against the winner of Foxhound versus Paradox.
It's tough, I suppose, for both sides, but it's also like going through the losers bracket. Like, if OGC, okay, you go up against Foxhound or Paradox, you win that, you probably have a strong chance of facing up against Citadel to try to get to the lower bracket finals, but you would have made playoffs at that rate. So it is a bit more of like a set game. You get to watch that match tomorrow as well, and then you've got a couple more days to prep before, I imagine those games would be on Thursday, right? So we'll be keeping an eye on them for those too. It's yeah, it's great for Insomnia. I think like this game was the one that, like, from watching it yesterday, it just felt that both the series that these teams won in their games yesterday felt just very different. So it was hard to know what it was going to be like once they actually met in the server. And Insomnia, I think it was just that experience helped them out a lot.
It really did. They've changed so much. They've really grown. They've shown that experience coming in here. The new players seem to be fitting in beautifully. We keep talking about Twitzy. They have actually just locked in so hard. It's very familiar to what we did talk about before with the Forever, Passivo, and Demon combo. It's just like they've slipped in as if nothing's different, and they're just bringing even more different heroes to play with stuff like the Star-Lord.
Yeah, it's hopefully we'll be able to hear from them a little bit. Like, Line Pro gave us a good interview yesterday, and it sounded like as well like Line Pro wasn't really intending on playing. He was just good to be a substitute, but he's an invisible woman strategist. Like, that's his character that he wants to be on, and it's a very good character as of right now, and also just very good to manipulate the battlefield outside of just being ultimate spam from strategists hoping for the best to keep people alive. There's a lot of stuff that you could do, and yeah, honestly, I feel like this Insomnia squad, it's going to be tricky, I think, to be broaching top 4, or certainly a top 3 spot to be making it to the grand finals later this year. But you never know, because they looked improved and they did a lot of damage last time.
They really do. They just look better and better every time we see them. It's what we keep saying about teams like Alcancia, and already making it this far, you've got the playoffs, which means no matter what, even if you get knocked all the way to the lower bracket and lose every game from now on, you get a whole bracket reset going in later on. So they have so many opportunities now to just keep learning, improving, and just continue to grow as a roster. And, well, maybe earn that third, second, or even first spot heading into this global finals coming up sometime in the future.
Yeah, it's not really too much else, I think, to say about Insomnia realistically. I think you could also talk a little bit about, like, those convoy game modes. It seems to be like a first one going. But we actually have a very interesting interview. I guess all of the other players, other than Line Pro, didn't want to do it. So we've actually got somebody that not only is very involved in the Insomnia team, but also just involved in the scene full stop. So Minty, pleasure to see you here. Finally nice to talk to you for the first time. I wonder, from your perspective, what was this series like for you? Were you stressed about it with OG Seed, or did you feel like you had this one in the bag?
This was, look, we didn't even expect to play OG Seed, if I'm completely honest. All of our scouting and everything thought was favoured towards Foot. We thought Foot Esports were the strongest team going into it until we got to this point. And so when we found out yesterday that we were playing OG Seed, it was mixed emotions, right? We were very, very happy because, oh my goodness, the team we thought we couldn't beat, we're not playing against. But also, oh my gosh, these guys beat the team we thought we couldn't beat. What's going on? So we were, OG was, we would rather, I think on paper we'd rather face OG than Foot, given our history with Foot Esports. But OG are a very respectable team. We weren't super confident we were going to win, but we played really well today. I'm so proud of my team. Can I say one thing, if that's okay? This time, you know me, Ryan. This time, like a few months ago in stage 1, I was with 0%, and we played against OG Seed on Midtown for our elimination game in lower bracket. We played against OGC, the team we played against today, with Frost Mountain and Name, who are now on that team on 0%. And we got knocked out on Midtown. Today, Midtown, with an old 0% member, with Line Pro on our team, against 2 old 0% members now playing for OGC, the team that knocked us out. We knock them down and we make it to playoffs. I could not be happier. What a full circle moment.
Poetic justice, yeah. I bet Line Pro was like shaking like a pooping dog going into this map, though, to be fair, like with all that stuff going on. But yeah, Techo, what would you want to ask off the back of that?
Well, for starters, just like you said, you weren't feeling confident if it was against Foot, but now, like you said, you have beaten the team that beat Foot, and you've also made your way into the playoffs. Is that at least the confidence boost you think you need?
So, for people who don't know, like, because we've got a lot of viewers, people who don't know the scene so well, our scrim results haven't been amazing. Insomnia is not a team that does super well in scrims all the time. We go into scrims, we find a lot of mistakes, and we talk about them, and we identify things, and a lot of the best teams don't even scrim us. They refuse to scrim us because we don't play so well in scrims. Then officials come around, and we're undefeated. And the teams that all these teams want to scrim, I know that Blaney's watching this. VP, I know are scrimming Foot Esports a lot. They won't scrim with us. Yes, here we are. We're in playoffs. We're 2-0. So I don't know. What I'm saying is, Blaney, hit my DMs and let's book some scrims, please.
Amazing.
So yeah,
I did have a question.
I mean, it definitely a confidence boost. Yeah.
For sure. With this team, because you weren't with Insomnia beforehand, what from like all of the moving parts, right? Because you've got some of the main core players that are still on that roster. You've got people like Twitzy and stuff coming in, and obviously Line Pro. Like, what has been like the catalyst that has allowed this team to do so well in these officials, right? Like, is it like Twitzy? We sort of knew him a little bit from seeing him in MRC, and he looked like a bright prospect, but he looked very comfortable and very flexible there. Line Pro, we know he can sort of IGL if needed. Sometimes that didn't work on previous teams. Now, has he found his voice and his position? Like, what has been the player or the duo, the combo that seems to have really allowed you guys to do as well as you have?
There's not one. There's, to be really short, there's not one. Everyone on this team has stepped up. Everyone has gone from zero to hero. Not to say that they were all losers before, they weren't. My team is made of we have 8 of the best players in the world on our team. We have people who are in top 500 every season. We have people who are really impressive. Not everyone's super well known. Before I joined Insomnia, I'll be really honest, I didn't really know much about Nocta. I didn't know much about Pashuo. I knew Forever from Overwatch, but these aren't players that I really knew. Relaxing Sky, I'd seen once or twice on 1 or 2 teams. I didn't know these guys. These guys are my best friends, they're my family. I would do anything for these people. When I was down and I had 3 teams that I was with when they qualified for Ignite last season. Between them, they won 1 map. They all went between 16th to 13th. They did terribly. These guys, they picked me up. They worked with me, and every single one of them has made themselves and has made me so happy and proud. And I couldn't ask for more from them. In terms of to answer your question, I suppose more specifically, what specifically has made us stronger? We very recently made Lime Pro a starter. We have been playing with a player called Slime, who's very good, and it's a shame that we haven't been able to play him so far. He's moving house today, so I hope he's okay. We play him with Lime Pro, and he's amazing. And his knowledge, particularly from playing in Boga Bash, has meant that we have a real insight into the drafting process for this competition. But other teams just haven't had. And so I feel like a lot of the games today, we won on draft. The game today, I think we kind of... Gameplay was obviously we played very well and we could have lost it. I think our draft was better. And I think that the main person we can attribute this to is Lime Pro's RIGL, who was leading draft today. But also a lot of the scouting work that our analyst Aria did. She's been absolutely amazing, especially in preparing us for this game. She's staying up all night. We did all our prep work on foot again, stayed up all night to go and make sure we were ready for this. So we literally, right now, if it wasn't for her, I think we'd be in losers bracket. So we owe her a lot.
You aren't, however, in the losers bracket. You are in the upper bracket. So the final question, let's give it. You get one thing to say to Chopped before you guys are going to be playing up against them later. What do you have to say to them?
Oh, those guys are like some of my best friends in the scene. So I have nothing bad to say. I like all of these guys. The player Mash is someone I'd really consider like a good friend of mine. I really like him. I have a lot of respect for him. Vertigo's a very, very good player. Most of Insomnia is Polish, if you don't know. Vertigo is also Polish. So I guess there's probably a joke there. I don't know. But I've got probably the player that I think is one of the probably the best DPS player in Europe currently, Tuzi on their team. I think he's probably the best player in his role right now, for the region at least. I think they're a really incredible team. I think Insomnia's recently really stepped up, and I think we're really showing that in these last few matches. So I hope we have a really good game with them. I hope we give them a challenge, and I hope, regardless of the outcome, I hope we can just have a really fun time. And regardless of the outcome, only love to those guys.
It'll be cinema.
It will be. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Minty will let you go celebrate with your team, continuing on making it into playoffs. Once again, congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. This is a dream come true.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we have, for starters, what a delightful person, love that. But
yeah, I love that Blaney got called out though. Of all the people, like the nicest team manager for Virtus Pro, and he's catching strays and nobody else is.
Well, we have one more series, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to dive into that in a little bit. But first, again, players like Forever make you think about playing on a PlayStation 4, because if you have one, you can play Marvel Rivals on it now. Heart of the Dragon is the newest patch, and it is now available on both PlayStation 5 and 4, so you can jump on in and ignite the battle with your friends in another additional way.
I've been able to get onto your accounts and all of the new content, including Angela and all of the stuff that's coming in the future, new heroes, all free. So it doesn't matter what console that you're going to be on. And I'd imagine that NetEase want to just branch out to as many different consoles as possible. So I think this is a little bit of a statement. Can be overlooked, but it's a statement, kind of like Insomnia's win just now.
A statement indeed. We still have one more series though. We need to see who else will be moving up into that upper bracket. Will it be the continued dominance of our current world champions Na'Vi, or will the new arrival of NJC continue to just an incredible run through this upper bracket? We'll be finding out after this break. Hey Rivals, Thatcher here with just enough time to give you a quick recap of Week 1 for Ignite from China. The Chinese champions and 5th to 6th mid-season finals places over Ultra Gaming opened up day number 1 versus X Team with a pretty clean 2-0, not dropping a single point, leading on their triple strategist lineups. Try Again and Fist were up next. While this was a little closer than the previous series, the end result is all that matters, and Try Again were able to take another 2-0 after they repelled the final push from Fist in the Bars Temple section of Hall of Dajalia. To round out day 1, Liandong Gaming returns after a top 8 finish in stage 1 to play against Ashian Long, where the Vanguard player Kurisu was able to play against their team from stage 1. The move, it seems, paid off with a 2-0 for Ashian Long, only dropping 1 point to LDGM and stopping their final push with just 66 centimeters to go. Day 2 started us off with Dream Plus Esports Club taking on Zhongyi Ji, who were looking for a redemption run after their last place finish in stage 1. But they couldn't find it this day, with Dream Plus, a super team made up of players from eHome and SLZZ, taking a 2-0. Match 2 saw Fiat Lux Esports Club look to build on their 5th to 6th finish from last stage, and they started off strong. With some great Starlord play and even the appearance of Moon Knight, they dispatched V Esports in short order, making yet another 2-0. Our third match saw Iconics, the former stage 1 third place team Taiyun Gaming, versus newcomers in the form of Aura Farmers. Aura Farmers showed they weren't here to mess around, but the experience of Iconics won out in the end. With both maps going to a 2-1 score, the whole series was a 2-0 in favor of Iconics. Over Ultra Gaming were back in action for Group A versus LDGM, who wanted to try and get on the board, but OUG didn't drop a single percentage point on Celestial Husk, and with the sharpest hero Blade were able to slice through the efforts of LDGM on Symbiotic Surface, holding the final point and taking the series in a 2-0, continuing their run of dominance. Day 3 began with ZYG once again looking to do what they couldn't do last season and get a series win, but Fist squared up for the fight. Krakoa went to ZYG, Central Park went to Fist, taking us to Spider Islands for our first map 3 in China. A storm on defense was too much for Fist to weather, with ZYG riding the wins to a 2-1, taking their first win in Ignite 2025. Next up, Ashian Long continued their own run versus X Team. It was another Spider Islands game after a dominant game 1 for Ashian Long. While X Team were able to get 2 points pushed, the Master Weaver was just beyond their reaches, as Ashian Long were able to push past them into the Web of Life and Destiny and grab that 2-0 series. Dream Plus and Try Again were next up to bat, and while it seemed close at times, the score is what's important. With Dream Plus's Namor able to repel Try Again one too many times, even a last-second portal wasn't enough, as Dream Plus's Loki stole Try Again's Fate of Both Worlds with God of Mischief, giving just enough sustain to close out the series in a 2-0. And once again closing out the day, Over Ultra Gaming showed just why they are the champions and considered such a global threat, taking another perfect map before holding at Yggdrasil, allowing Wen Zhulian's Emma Frost to dazzle the members of Fiat Lux Esports Club. The second map was insanely intense, but the 2-0 for OUG is a result we are getting rather used to. Day 4 saw Aura Farmers try to take their first series win versus Try Again, who themselves looked to recover after their loss to Dream Plus. Aura Farmers took round 1 after everyone from Try Again stepped off the point, allowing for overtime to lapse on Celestial Husk. But they tried again, and broke the 3 Vanguard 3 strategist hold attempt on Yggdrasil Path, with the classic Moon Knight Storm Squirrel Girl combo to open up point 1, carrying that momentum on to evening up the series, taking us to Symbiotic Surface, where Mobkafat on Psylocke proceeded to get 46 KOs, with 27 of those being final hits, securing the first Ignite Series win for Aura Farmers. Something was in the air on day 4 as LDGM and V Esports went the distance. Omos Magneto secured a win on Burning T'Challa for LDGM. Several insane Karmic Revivals secured V Yggdrasil Path, but solid targeting of Baby No Money, not the singer, secured LDGM their first win in Stage 2. Our third series broke the 3-game streak as Iconics held Fist in their spawn on Burning T'Challa, and thanks to a last-second portal from ASDFGHJKL, held Fist on a 3-0 on Spider Islands, taking the series in a 2-0. And finally for this week, we saw Fiat Lux versus the currently undefeated Ashian Long. This match was fantastic to watch, back and forth from start to finish, but on Central Park in Dracula's throne room, Fiat Lux were able to keep Sora's Captain America off the point for just long enough to cross that finish line, breaking Ashian Long's undefeated streak and taking the series in a 2-0 in Group A. As such, at the end of the first week of play, OUG sit at the top of the table in Group A, undefeated with both V and X yet to get a win. While in Group B, Dream Dream Plus and Iconics sit at a 2-0 score, but that will be ruined when they face each other in the last match of day 1 in week number 2. Fist have 2 more chances to get on the board, but with one of their opponents being Dream Plus, they have their work cut out for them. That's it for China week 1. Enjoy the rest of your games and remember to ignite the battle. A final remaining series for the day. We have more games tomorrow, so don't you worry. If you were starting to get worried, you might be missing out on some Marvel Rivals Ignite action. But we need to find our last team in the upper bracket, and therefore our last team today at least that will be qualifying for the playoffs. World Champions Na'Vi will be up against the newcomer team of NJC. But of course, there are world champions with some new players, Ryan.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, you've got Cherokee, and, well, Naga was on the team anyway, because it's Melio that they're looking to replace, but you've also got Crisis waiting in the wings to show up as and when needed, and it seems to be the general thing of, like, whoever's looking the best at the moment tends to be in play. But that main strategist and vanguard line, exactly the same, and some of the best players at their roles naturally, otherwise they won't be world champions.
They have gone through so much, this team. This team has really just been through the ringer. Going to the global finals in second place, on the edge of not qualifying, having to fight their way in order to get there. And then, of course, going to the global finals, losing in the qualifying, the play-in games, having to fight their way through that, but eventually getting through in the lower bracket. Then being sent to the lower bracket again by Envy, then having to fight their way all the way through the lower bracket again before finally winning, and now losing a player, having to pick up more. This team just keeps fighting, but they just keep recovering and improving. But we also have on the other side a slightly newer team in the form of NJC. They also had to fight especially hard to qualify here.
Yeah, and it's sort of like a couple of names that might have glossed the screen for even Ignite, but certainly the qualifiers, MRC. It just seems to be a team that I guess is really not snuck in, because that sounds like they don't deserve to be here, but more so just got under the radar. And I think that like first win up against Peps was really a testament. Yeah, this Peps team has changed quite a lot, and it's pretty much split from the middle of what that Team Peps has been since the Invitational and stuff. But for a team like NJC to be able to beat them, it takes a lot, even if the roster from Team Peps is a little bit different than what we're used to seeing.
I have a word for you here, Ryan, and that is perseverance. This team, I've done the maths, out of all of the winning teams / all of the teams total, have yet to win a game where they did not get KO'd more than their opponents. Against Peps, in Game 1, Peps got taken out 65 times, NJC got taken out 85. In Game 2, Peps 55, NJC 66. So total, NJC have been taken down 31 more times than their opponents over 2 maps and still won both. They are so relentless. They're like Sentry being sent into Earth 91126. They just keep coming back.
Good lord. I mean, it is quite literally like I didn't hear no bell then. It's like the Homer Simpson boxing match meme where he's just able to take a pounding, but just able to just win out and cause his opponents to get too tired. Already, like a Jean Grey ban from Na'Vi is interesting, but I guess it's like specific to some of the enemies that they're going up against. And the protection, I think, of the Jeff makes a lot of sense considering that is something that they used quite a lot in their first series.
Very much so. They loved a little bit of Jeff. They loved the Adam Warlock that appeared repeatedly. So now Na'Vi going to be looking for the double ban. NJC on the other side. It's Invisible Woman being taken out by NJC, trying to remove both of the big hyper-strategist backliners, whereas Na'Vi, they are going to lean a little more heavily onto the Human Torch, taking out someone who can try and siege them from above.
Going to protect the Ultron so they have something to work with their triple strategists. But, you know, the Jeff is in play. It's been protected from Na'Vi, so you would imagine that Rajaro is going to show up on the Venom a little bit. I mean, also, trust me, he can play that himself too. There's enough flexibility from the Vanguard line to be able to move on to whatever. But it is pretty much strategists hit across the board for NJC. Are they going to protect one? I feel like that would be like a natural thing here, considering
They should.
Navi's actually taken up some of the more offensive duelist options on the board, whilst that Ultron is going to be present on both sides.
That's actually surprising, considering how much I just talked about how often they do get taken out and end up fighting with the Adam Warlock revives. It surprises me that they actually protect Ultron over Adam, which, considering in all of their previous games they've only protected Adam once. They seem to be happy with it, so they may see the arrival of Adam Warlock coming in for NJC, or perhaps they're going to be sticking with Ultron to really capitalize on the aerial pressure that offers.
Maybe it's just that Na'Vi were happy for them to have it and they wanted to hit some of the other options. If you're running triple strategist, okay, if you don't have Torch or Phoenix, what the hell are you going to run? You know, like, what is going to be the thing that sort of breaks through? And we saw it in that last series for Insomnia, right? When it was triple Vanguard, triple strategist, granted on a different game mode, it does lack a little bit of that lethality because you don't have that kind of burst damage to beat some of the breakpoints that supports can put down with their like healing per second. So you take out some of those like duelists that are very good at breaking those breakpoints and very good at getting eliminations. It doesn't matter if you have Adam Warlock. How are you going to get anything done?
It's a very good point. If you can't get there, it doesn't matter how many times you revive, you're just feeding the machine. So instead, we do see the Ultron coming in for Spyglass. And honestly, there is another advantage to this as well, despite Spyglass being an absolutely insane hit scan player, being the one who plays the Adam Warlock often. Ultron is very good into Jeff. For starters, you can't get eaten. For second, that hit scan and Sephora Ray allows you to just target people down, and you can pick up Jeff after he ults and try and snipe them before they escape.
Seems that the decision, I think, for NJC is to go for the Namor as that duelist, and so that team up with Hulk does look good, especially when you know that you're playing up against a very divey Vanguard line with the Venom and the Captain America in play. Unfortunately, however, Jerky, when he's just sort of left up into the sky, able to get that first elimination, and now they are able to take that point first.
Naga on the Star-Lord, they've been bringing this out a little bit this season. That's another pickup, trust me, Crook. It's, wow. Yeah, we talked about the fact that NJC, they do seem to get taken down a lot, but that's a lot. Already Navi getting almost an entire team wipe, able to take control of the point, and they begin to set up for the doorway hole to make sure that they can't even get onto the point.
Has some room to shuffle up, and Spyglass is actually looking to go off of the Ultron, despite that being something that they wanted to put some priority into. It's going to go onto the Jeff to sort of have a bit of shark-on-shark action.
Cheeky bit of shark action, like you say. Raja Rose going to be just wrapping around looking for anyone. They're trying to find where NJC go, but NJC is a high ground advance. Moving out as a team, they're going to try and take it on the balcony.
Trust me, he's just sort of trying to pull them back a little bit. Oh, diving in onto the high ground. I thought he was diving away for some protection, but no, he's actually going to go pretty much into this fight. It's a little bit more separate, and the focus is going to be on taking down these turrets because they can do so much damage and make it hard for these divers to really be a pest. Level 1 Crook, very flexible strategist player is going to be on the Ultron, and it's the Rage of Ultron that's going to be used ultimate-wise alongside the Feast of the Abyss. It's a lot, actually, that now they're dedicating to this fight, despite having full control of the point. And also Ninja Creamer having a lot of players already gone down.
Nope. Out you go. See you later. 2 more down. Fate able to send the Hulk down to their doom. And yeah, Na'Vi, I think this might just be 100-0 at the first stage. There is a chance for Portal, as I do not believe Strange was banned out. But already, time is running low for NJC.
This looks a little bit... we've seen some pretty close domination matches, but so far this has just been Na'Vi dealing with stuff nicely. Don't think there's going to be many eliminations on their side, on their part. And the touch is there, at least for Ninja Creamer. Just, I think it was one player managed to get onto it at 99%. And able to get an elimination onto Jerky with Coco. Horde Produce is going to come through, but it is going to be Naga taken out of the sky whilst he was in the middle of that Galactic Legend. So it seems a little bit of a good fight, actually, for NJC to be taken right now.
Facing maneuvers for Spyglass trying to stay away from Trust Me. Rajaro's buying a little bit of time and it's going to get frozen out as overtime will start ticking down, but NJC are starting to contest, they're starting to hold, and they are getting the flip. Na'Vi forced back off the point.
Okay, maybe it was a bit speaking too soon. It was a good fight. I think it was Coco that started off getting that first elimination and able to just springboard off of it a little bit more. And you still have like a lot to rely on for NJC to be able to stall this out a bit. But it's more like the focus of Na'Vi. Their target priority is solid. And if they can get Trust Me, level 1 Crook and Jerky all diving on the same person with the help of Rajaro, it might not even be too much more for them to work with. But you've lost Fate as this fight has just started.
GG3 is being able to track down this Jeff very effectively, was able to catch Naga as well. They are doing huge work right now for NJC as they once again drive back Na'Vi, who are going to retreat, reset, and this is something that we saw from Na'Vi yesterday as well. They seem to just take a little bit to get going. They had a little bit of trouble from FaZe in game number 1, but were dominant game 2. Na'Vi, is this a warm-up situation?
They've got 2 strategists, and they're Ultron and Jeff.
Yeah.
That can't be enough healing. Realistically, that can't be enough. That almost feels like it's a little bit hubris creeping in, but if you've got the firepower to just break through like this, just ignore what I'm saying. Run whatever strategists you want, because that firepower is too much for anybody to deal with.
Hulk smash going into the Monster Hulk form, immediately getting bopped, and to deny the spawn.
Oh no.
Goodbye. Absolutely gorgeous by Fate. Literally just burning through time right now. Taking Doctor Strange out of the point. Can he get him off? No, actually, gets him caught in the terrain, but it doesn't matter because overtime's ticking down, no one's close, and round number 1 goes to Na'Vi.
It means they're not going to have any portal play to start off the second point either, so...
How true.
Yeah, it's a messy one. We get to Eldritch Monument, which was the point of Hell's Heaven that we didn't get to see before in the last series, so... does allow you like a lot of like little bits of high ground to play from. Portal play is genuinely very good on this part of the map too. But yeah, looking at the characters in play for Na'Vi, it's a little bit like, really? But also a 14-0 Trust Me on Venom is really? How has he managed that?
Yeah, and the fact is, it's working, so we're just going to let them do whatever they want at this point. Na'Vi continuing to play hyper-aggressive, and that's the main point here. Overrun your opponents before they can react. Captain America and Venom, with the extra healing from symbiotic shenanigans to try and make up the difference. The fact is, Jerky actually heals himself, thanks to their Cosmic Flame and Sparks, being able to, once you get 3 Sparks, you actually activate a healing over time on Jean Grey Phoenix. They have a strategy, it's just super unconventional.
Yeah, it's like you have to make sure that actually there's all of these other like interactions, but pretty much that has been what that Na'Vi X-Red roster have done a lot. And you know, we're watching Trust Me now, he is pretty much a mad scientist with some of this stuff with the theory that comes into play. And so yeah, you're right, it's niche, but it's working so far for Na'Vi, at least to an extent.
But now Spyglass has finally moved on. I called it earlier. Here comes the Adam Warlock. They realize they're getting picked off. Might as well just keep trying. More chances to get, the more opportunities you have to actually try and win a fight. They've also got GG3 Lose, who's actually being able to pick off people fairly often. They just need more opportunities to do so. But they're starting to once again get picked off one by one as down they go.
The fight is won out in the end. Expensive, I think, from NJC at the same time, because you saw the Silent Seduction as a response to Naga's Galactic Legend, and then also an invisible boundary from Pox to just make sure that nobody went down. It was just a follow-up that things looked very comfortable for Na'Vi to be working in.
So now the question is, how do NJC decide to retake? How do they re-engage this fight? Naga already finding the leap through the destroyed terrain. That is some communication that we see from the side of Na'Vi. And yeah, wow, that's another. They've abandoned Adam. They need Jeff to get back to the point faster.
that was just a Thanos snap. It was just done. Instant, like, jump in and elimination taken down from Na'Vi. And I mean, they're the kind of differences, really. Just if you can find that Achilles heel for NJC whilst they tried to set up, you have a rough idea on what ultimates haven't been used for a while, so they're in the back pocket or at least being charged up. Try and take out these targets. He managed to isolate the Jeff on his own, and I was going to say he was going to be the next elimination on the list for Na'Vi, but no, instead level 1 Crooks found another 2 somewhere else in this fight.
It doesn't even matter, though, if Na'Vi lose this fight. They're literally fighting in their base. The fact is NJC are trapped. Even if they win a fight, they still have to run to point, which means Na'Vi have the chance to just regroup and respawn. Galactic Legend coming on in. It's Jeff to try and buy some time. At this point, eat your own team and take them to point. Just try something, because NJC are zoned out. Naga gets yet another. Needs some healing, though. We'll grab the map heal, entering into the 1v1 versus the Jeff, but is getting very outnumbered as more people are starting to come in.
Yeah, this is Na'Vi feeling a little bit warmed up and used to the fact, like, world champions up against a team that has come through the upper qualifiers, I think, that hasn't had much of a chance to play Ignite. I don't want to say Coffin Baby versus Atomic Bomb quite as much, but this Na'Vi team is holding no prisoners. It's a cheeky attempt for NJC to actually just get onto the point to touch, but it's still losing too many players one at a time. The end song is going to be just a stamp of approval of a pretty much flawless Hell's Heaven from Na'Vi.
A magnificent setup. Again, they did take a little bit longer on round 1, as they did actually let NJC reclaim the points and get some percentage on the board, but that second round literally held them in their base. I just saw something in the chat while I was scrolling through something for a stat, and it was literally War Crime Fish strikes again, and quite frankly, that's fate. He is the person who started the Jeff at mid-season finals. They are the ones who brought it out, and then people started copying them. They are the ones who trained with the best Jeff on the server to just make sure that they had this prepared heading in, and they're still able to just continuously cause problems.
And we also see, trust me, not being eliminated once in the entirety of that map. On Venom, of all things, too. It's also like, we sort of seen it a lot today, right? Of like triple strategists, but like Luna and Invisible Woman are protected, and then the main strategists sort of stay on those characters. You're not going to see that from Na'Vi, because level 1 Crook is one of the most flexible strategists out there, full stop, and then you've got Fate doing the same thing. It's not like, oh, I really just want to play Luna Snow. Like, you flex players can be on the other strategists. No, they're like, give us the fun, crazy, kooky characters, and we will play them, even not in a triple strategist setup. Just because we know the numbers and what we can actually do to get away with this one. At like 23-0.
It's actually insane, with 10 of them being final hits as well. Just under 10k damage done while blocking almost the exact same amount. Trust me, yeah, 100% reasonable reaction from the MVP screen there. Just always doing so well. And the fact that them and Fate have just locked in together with this Jeff and Venom combo, Na'Vi, it feels like that they just have even more hills to climb as they continue to walk up them at a pretty leisurely pace.
You can't say that they've really been pushed, but that's kind of what's going to happen, right? Like Virtus Pro, you'd sort of expect them that much, and I'd say for NJC, this is just a tough opponent to go up against. There's no questions about it. You do have the choice of the next map at the very least, but where are you going to take the world champions? That's what Ninja Creamer need to sort of deliberate now, honestly, but there is going to be a quick break before we see their decision and we see exactly where the rest of the series is going to end. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple.
I'm hunkering down.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Trapping all those fighting souls, but yet across the world I see you standing in my way. And remember the time, the place we used to fight, like the sun and moon. And I wonder if ever there was a time that we were friends. The night has fallen, shadows looming, and yes, that time has come for me to seek you out. We are set now for our last reunion. Break the chains, find your way, come find me. Do you remember who you really are? Show me that you are still the only one for me. I'll be waiting for you. Playing out, open your eyes, raising up your fists and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters again, we are rebels till the end. Rise up, open your minds, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time. We will clash, no matter where. We will fight, reaching across time and space. 'Cause you are my destiny to the end.
This Na'Vi roster caught our attention in this game back in stage 1, where they took a pretty surprising 2-0 against Virtus Pro when they were rad to not only make their way to playoffs, but actually go on a bit of a run. A run that ended up them being sort of the best team in the world currently, with a mid-season finals bag in Chengdu. In stage 2, however, I wouldn't say it's been that exciting, Tetra. It's been a bit of a different opponent, but this Na'Vi team is looking exceptional and not taking any prisoners.
A lot of people, when you were heading into Stage 2, saw that Melio left Na'Vi and that they picked up 2 new duelists, and there was the question mark, especially after Night Shift, where it's like, where do Na'Vi sit? Currently, that question mark has completely straightened out into an exclamation point as Na'Vi continue a dominant run through this upper bracket.
Sorry, I don't usually look at like chat for comments, but somebody, Gustav, put, trust me, maybe the second best player in the world. Valid. First is Necros. Also valid. I just thought it's like, I actually agree. Like, trust me, not only is an exceptional Vanguard player with a lot of experience in just playing tanks in games like this, but also insanely intelligent and always willing to answer our questions, so I love him to pieces. But here for NJC, it's hard. You've chosen to bring us to Halls of Jalia as their map choice, but this is the map that Na'Vi qualified for playoffs on last time when they beat Virtus Pro, so I don't think they're going to be too upset that they've been brought here.
You know what? Shout out to Necros as well. Just at the end of that last point. And also shout out to Bogor. Bogor Bash was fantastic. But seeing the Jeff protected once again, Fate is certainly enjoying the fish, and they're making sure that it's one-sided this time.
Well, I mean, when so many other teams sort of focus on taking out the Mantis first, it does mean that first protect and the ban afterwards means it's pretty much always going to be non-mirrored if that's the priority list. But I also think, other thing to highlight, we're not going to see it so far, at least in this first round, because Na'Vi's attacking, but we would see, for Trust Me, him move to Spider-Man to try to pull people off the map as the spawn doors open. So there's plenty of stuff to be keeping an eye out for, but I imagine if you're NJC and you're choosing this map, you know the little tricks that Na'Vi like to play. I
mean, please tell me they've been cooking it. I want to see them at least try. We literally saw them try it once and he fell off the map with nothing. Please, I want to see you execute it once. They start an attack, so we won't see it yet, and they're going to be taking away the Phoenix as well from NJC. Na'Vi securing themselves an Ultron, and yeah, they've set themselves up for the exact same draft.
I mean, why not? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, really.
This point, Bad Venom. NJC, that's been the key so far. It's been empowering the Jeff. It's been allowing them to run this double strategist. It's been pressuring your backline too much. At this point, I vote for banning Venom.
You have managed to non-mirror Invisible Woman, so you do have some options here, but you're right, like, if you had the Invisible Woman last time, which I'm pretty sure they did, and still, trust me, hasn't been eliminated at all in that map, you trust me, is running rings around you if you get that right. But it is like, again, it feels like Na'Vi going for the more offensive options, right? Yeah, sure, you want to make sure that there's no Jeff, there's no Mantis, there's no Ultron. Hit those triple strategists. But I also do like the attempt of just getting rid of stuff like the Phoenix, getting rid of stuff like the Torch and such, making sure that the NJC claws are retracted a little bit, or at least declawed.
Well, we're heading into Hall of Dajalia. Will NJC continue to... Will they be able to get themselves onto the board on their map choice? Or will Na'Vi take a little bit of a tip from NJC and have the cream rise to the top?
Perfect. Oh, it's always nice to have like teams with just silly names like NJC have, to the point that we don't even want to say it out loud because I feel like we're just being trolled at that rate. But then I can't wait to see what leg day comes up with this team, because he loves his wordplay. So
we love our poet co-caster. All right,
and the chaos that would unfold.
Please, absolutely please. We're starting off on you know what? I actually really like this NJC draft. Bringing themselves out the Namor, triple strategist, Adam as one of them. This is a hold-based composition. They've got Hulk with the Namor. They've got the Emma for maximum sustain. They were almost about to not have spy glares anymore as they nearly get melted early on. But this is a solid hold composition. Na'Vi, though, they're hyper-aggressive. Once again, exact same strategy as last time. But they get caught out this time. Naga's first to fall.
Yeah, the turret's working well with that team up of Namor and Hulk, but it did look a little bit uncomfortable there. You see Na'Vi diving in, and they're pretty much stuck behind a wall, cornered in by their own volition. But whilst that sort of reach around came through, you have got Jerky just up on the high ground, being able to pot shot from distance. He's not built up his ultimate to any meaningful degree as of yet, but it does really feel that NJC are not really in a position where they want to be taking this fight here. They're being forced into it.
Naga wins the run back on the 1v1. They actually just had Rajaro hiding for that entire time, just hanging out. Here comes a range of Ultron, and they're trapped in a corner. That's not where you want to be. The angry robot is taking everything down. Portal's coming in from Coco to try and delay this for at least a little bit longer, but it's essentially a full team wipe. The portal might come in, but everyone's only just going to be respawning. They won't have the soul bond. It's already been used. This is going to be a rough hold.
You're pretty much being forced out even with the portal contest. It is throwing whatever bodies that you have at the point now to hold it, because it is at 98%. And credit to Ninja Creamer, they are holding on to this as much as they possibly can. Unfortunately, however, it just seems to be Na'Vi's name in the elimination feed. And NJC are still holding on. Okay, finally they're giving it up in the end. But there was a good hold there towards the end. It was just pretty much at the precipice.
Freeloos tried to yeet themselves onto the point to buy time, but not only did they overshot, but they also weren't there in time, meaning that the point does go over to Na'Vi. They were able to send themselves off the map to reset, but they did use the Monster Hulk form for it, meaning that cooldown is no longer available. On the bright side, though, for point number 2, they were able to burn through at least a little bit of time, so we only have 4 minutes to go, and NJC have Karmic Revival.
Has Trust Me been eliminated yet?
I don't think so.
That's a question I have, yeah. There's been a couple of eliminations that have come in from NJC, but I don't know if Trust Me's upon that list. Those first fights, potentially. We'll have to check in a second. Right now, he's still just being a nuisance at the very least, and now Rajaro's going to try and jump in and join him, and it's brutal. You just see this fight looking somewhat even, but then names start to fill the right-hand side of the screen. Karmic Revival means it's going to be all blue as 4 players are brought back into this engagement, and Rajaro, it's just, it's felt a little bit like bullying this whole series so far.
It really did. As they make their way on, Coco gets completely targeted down by the Starlord, is able to retreat back to their team, but they're already getting zoned, so they can't set up. Here comes Trust Me again, continuing to just chase them all the way. They only just got point 2, and they're being chased back to their spawn on point 3. It's a massacre as Na'Vi just hyper-aggressively push forward.
I mean, I was just watching like the Captain America and the Venom, and I was like, they're really far pushed up. And then I see beyond them is the Jeff. It's like fate is even deeper. Like, look at where he is now. He's ready to sort of set up. You've got all of the players just hanging around like this octagon where this final point is going to be pushed. It's still just like NJC can't get a hold of anything. Na'Vi just wanted to honestly set themselves up in the best way possible. 4 minutes on the clock. Galactic Legend aiming at the targets as the fate of both worlds is going to be used. And with the help of Crook shooting down from the sky, hell raining down, even with this invisible boundary, able to get one before the Resurrect comes in. But Crook is happy to get a couple more.
He just keeps going. Teemo's finally able to get onto Naga once again. Spy was taken out a second time, meaning the cocoon was not available, so they have to go all the way back to spawn, but they're not building charge. All the Proteus comes on in, and that's enough. Trust Me has fallen. They can bleed.
It's happened. It was never going to be the perfect game, but can you just imagine a Vanguard has a perfect series where he doesn't go down? That would be cruel, I think. But now they actually have had some of this like momentum stopped, right? They're 4 minutes on the clock, now it's been broken down to 3. They haven't got far to really push if they want to get this all the way to the end. And, well, its Jeff is going to be used to catch on to multiple people. But around the fog, I don't know if he was able to get anybody. And if he did, well, the Hulk is going to send him straight back to spawn.
The crimes are denied. Here comes the Phoenix Jerky getting another pickup and was able to save themselves as they were dropped low heading into that Endsong Inferno. So they were able to set themselves up. Here comes another delay from the Monster Hulk, but they just get locked down here, stunned out from a deflect from Rajaro, deflecting the stun from the actual Hulk themselves.
Oh my god.
And now it's just one by one coming in, getting focused down. The BRB does bring back Free Lose to try and make them up to the point, but they just won't reach in time.
2.5 minutes on the clock for Na'Vi. Leisurely stroll, I think, is how you sort of explained it, and I don't really feel like that's been much of a pace that Na'Vi's had to break, to be fair. NJC struggling, for sure. Naturally, you're up against the best team in the world, and you're still gaining that experience, to be fair. Like, it's your first, like, proper showing at Ignite, and you're up against Magnus Carlsen. I think it is with like playing chess. It's that kind of that showing. It's a rough one.
Ryan, look at what Trust Me's hovering. Please.
Oh, we know he's going to do it.
Yes, yes! I've been waiting a whole stage for this. We didn't get to see it at mid-season, but now is time for the Trust Me Spider-Man rollout tech. I am so excited.
He did do it recently. I think it was Night Shift, though, that he might have done it. Because it worked. He got one. Oh, he could have. I don't know if he played in the Boga Bash or not, but it was. He played in another tournament, and he did it, and it worked.
Okay.
Well, but for those that don't know, so what Trust Me is going to do, he's going to swing in, he's going to jump off the side of the map, pull somebody from NJC's spawn off with him, and then he's going to switch to Venom, because the Venom rollout from Defender spawn to the first point is one swing. So, Trust Me, please, POV observers, please. There's only one perspective we need to be watching right now.
Trust me. Oh, indestructible card to deny it! Shut down! Turns out we weren't watching the right. We were watching the right person. As Free Lose. What a counter!
He just knew. I mean,
our observer is smarter than all of us.
Yeah, the observer is a whole player. I think they're like, there's no way that he lets this happen. But yeah, Trust Me is going to be back pretty much in an instant. He might even be back now. Yeah, he's there. He's managed to swing in, so it's pretty much a free charge of going for that play. But it was never going to work for Trust Me.
Oh dear, they're going to go in for the hold into that choke point. They're actually pushing them all the way back to spawn again. Oh no, Ryan, they take them down again. NJC sent to spawn. They're going to stagger Hulk. Free Lose. He's being punished. No.
It was also like Free Lose. He was brought down to Hulk form, and he was jumping onto the payload at the end of their defense that we just saw. and just Jerky just hits like the most clean headshot on him to eliminate him. It's like, hey, you don't even need to do that. That's styling on him. Whole thing.
They're going to be making their way in. Coco is trying to set up some squids to deal with Trust Me, Is He Precious. Naga's got the Rage of Ultron charged up. We're down to 2 minutes 40. Stun onto Rajua with the radioactive lockdown. But in comes Naga, just going over Magneto. You can't shield him. I'm behind you. As Pox is going to be taken down. Fate's managed to commit some more crimes and is taking some other people to their doom.
Oh, it's
all to the point, I guess.
You've got the free loose that's there trying to block off some of the damage, but the problem is that because he's dove in, he's stuck in this situation again.
They're trying to body block him. They're trying to stop him from actually like getting away. This is Na'Vi. This is just what we expect to see out of our world champions, continuing to just play so well. They actually even let Fate get the final hits there because they want to make sure that he's the one who builds up the ult charge. Just magnificent.
Yeah. I think it's worth being clear as well. I think Na'Vi would do this to the majority of teams that are actually in Ignite for EMEA. I don't think this isn't the NJC that are just not good enough for the cloth of EMEA squads. I think this is just Na'Vi know how to make the meta work for them now. And especially after, I think, losing against Chopped in a third-party tournament, I think they kind of go, okay, yeah, we can not let that happen again.
They've been cooking, they've been practicing, and they're making their way in. Spyglass has the tool, though, to potentially turn this round if they can stay safe. There's a karmic revival waiting for the rest of the team. They've been rumbled, never mind. But they can respawn if they do want to. Teemo is also here. People have snuck past them. Na'Vi's been pushed up so far that a third of the point has been taken by sneaky NJC players.
You got a minute, though, to try and get the other 2/3. Otherwise, it is going to be a fourth and half of our teams making it towards playoffs. The upper bracket is going to be a bit decided, and NJC having to wait till next week potentially to get their spot. Oh, the portal play again. You've got the Jeff going through, but the bulwark actually good from the Magneto to protect Doctor Strange.
Oh, well.
Is only good enough to protect Doctor Strange, and Fate is even going to take himself out in the process too.
Making sure the Invisible Woman doesn't leap back onto the map. They're guaranteeing taking out both strategists, which, unsurprisingly, is why we are seeing multiple members of NJC getting taken down. But here's their opportunity with a level 1 Crook down, and Fate can return it from spawn. Karmic Revivals bringing them back, but there's Trust Me already in position, buying time.
And what's that on the clock? 10 seconds. So the music is starting to creep in a little bit more, and the chances of NJC bringing this series a little bit further is looking to diminish entirely. Is there a touch on the point? Because there was a player left, but nobody was nearby. Na'Vi, it's a different coat of paint, I suppose, on this squad, but the result's the same as stage 1 of Ignite. They make it through the upper bracket and into playoffs.
They continued their journey in very strong fashion. Well played, Na'Vi. NJC, they make their way down to the lower bracket. They are not out yet. They still have a chance of making their way through in this group stage. They'll be playing against the winner of Vice or Dawncore. And Na'Vi, they're on their way to a familiar and fated rematch versus Virtus Pro.
And trust me, 2 eliminations against him in one series. And actually, Jerky, 39-0 is pretty ridiculous. Like, I thought Trust Me stats were a bit crazy beforehand, but no. Just showing us up a little bit more, I think. But overall, across the team, not even a sweat to the brow of Na'Vi on dealing with doubt. But it is, like I said, I think outside of all of the teams that have qualified so far today, I think Na'Vi would do this to everybody else that's in the losers bracket currently.
There's a couple who I think would have a chance, but the fact is Na'Vi are so strong already. Jerky was a huge impact for Low 9 when they were in stage 1. It's a solid pickup for Na'Vi, and they're already showing that it's working out. A lovely pickup from Rajiro. Naga's able to just snipe people out of the air. The double strategist in round 1 into the triple strategist in round 2, as they've got Crook off of the Star-Lord very quickly and onto Loki, and they used it to great effect.
Means that we're going to be seeing Na'Vi playing up against Virtus Pro in the upper bracket, right? And whilst that's like a seeding game,
yeah,
that's an exciting one, because that was the last time that those 2 teams played was qualifying for mid-season finals. So a lot to be said about it, and kind of like we saw with like Chopped and Citadel earlier, those kind of games we get in abundance because they get to play for each other in playoffs again, potentially upper bracket, lower bracket, and you never know, they might be playing up against into the grand finals a little later on. We were waxing lyrical about a certain player, somebody that went, I think, 40-2 so far across the series, 2 eliminations against him playing Venom. It's the mastermind. It's nice to see you back from the mid-season finals, and you've qualified for playoffs for this one. Was it pretty much just as expected, easy day at the office?
I think the first match yesterday was pretty close, but overall, I mean, we expect to win the entire thing, right? Like that's the goal, right? So we're gonna work very hard to get there, and I think that's very simple. It's not more to it.
You say it's very simple, but your next opponent is going to be Virtus.pro, the team that you've already beaten to go to an international event before. This is just a seeding game in general, but should we be expecting a repeat performance?
Hopefully, yes, of course. I mean, we're practicing very hard to beat them. We have very, very individual comp for next week that no one else plays, and I think we will make it work. So stay tuned for that.
I do want to jump back in on this, actually, because you do mention having a very unique comp. We just saw you guys utilize a 2-2-2, which is what we're used to, 2 Vanguards, 2 Duelists, 2 Strategists. But with Jeff Ultron, we very rarely see Ultron in a double support lineup, and also bringing it in with a Jeff, another character we very rarely see in a 2 support lineup. Would you be able to explain to us the logic behind this?
Yeah, so basically this was just like a repeat for us to feel confident, because in the past, when we were practicing for the Chinese LAN, which we eventually won, right, we were too scared of playing this comp in the officials, so this was kind of like our testing theory to finally play it, right? So that's kind of about it. I think this comp is kind of decent. I think there's better ways. Obviously, without Adam, you don't have a lot of other choices. We showed with Loki, right, what it's like to play it with Loki, and I think that's like the optimal comp. But we just played Jeff Ultron because it's a lot of pressure if you don't take a lot of damage, so it's very good in general.
I asked this earlier to, it might be one of the Virtus.pro players, but like with stuff like the meta and that, like how is your approach? Because I remember talking to you pretty much on the finals of EMEA Ignite Stage 1, and you were saying around then that like stuff like Venom was really good, and people weren't really playing with Venom all that much at that point. It seemed like stuff was like adapting as they went along. How is it for you guys? Is it like you clearly have some strats that you want to hold on to and save for when you need them? But like from your perspective, how is the meta forming? Because you guys came back fairly recently from China. You played in Night Shift. You lost the chops. How has been learning and developing the meta been for you guys? Or do you expect to make the majority of adjustments to the strategies and stuff as you go along in the tournament?
No, we kind of prepare pre-hand, of course, right? When we came back from China, we had a little break, and I think it showed. And I think we're trying to stitch that hole. Like usually we practice almost everything. The hardest thing to make consistent, right? Because consistency is key in the end of the day, is breaking the triple tank spawn hold. I think any team is struggling against that. No team can break it yet. Virtus.pro has the same issue. They're not that good with it either. It's just like everyone just plays it the same way and hopes to just win. And it's just like the one theory that's just completely not figured out. And I hope to be the first one to figure that out fully. So that will be my goal. And I think that will lead us to winning the mid-season finals.
All right, well, one final question before we let you go, celebrate and prepare for your games next week. Obviously, you guys have gone through some minor roster changes here. You brought in Jerky that we saw today, but you also have Crisis in the back. How are they fitting into the team with obviously a very established roster that you guys currently have?
I mean, they're fitting in quite well. I think both of them have their unique greatness in it. I think Jerky, an example, is very gifted mechanically, and Crisis is also like that. And we spend a lot of time, especially me, voting with them on one-on-one sessions. Like I'm there helping them in one-on-ones, and we just make sure that we all have the best performance for individually and as a team. And I mean, they've been great so far, right? A lot of motivation, a lot of hard work from each of them. So pretty great for a 7-man roster where you would expect one of them might slack off, but all of them are hardworking grinders. Lot of respect for that. Totally.
All right. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Trust me, we'll let you go celebrate and prepare for your matches in the upcoming week.
Yeah. Thank you very much for letting me stay here.
He can stay here anytime.
Yeah, I was hoping that there'd be like other quotes, like the Kung Fu Panda one about like, you know, tomorrow's a mystery and all that. Like, we'll save that for like later on in the tournament to see if he has some wisdom to bestow upon us. But yeah, we'll look at the bracket. We'll sort of show exactly what has happened today, the penultimate day of this week, whilst we sort of go through these group stages. We have 2 of the 4 teams decided for playoffs from Group A, that being Chopped and Insomnia GG. Both having not surprising wins, I would say, but certainly that Chopped Citadel 2-1 win gave us something bright to start with. But I think that all of the other games have given us plenty to deliberate going into playoffs in the future.
The lower bracket in Group A is terrifying, honestly. Seeing both Citadel and Foot there is rough, but also looking down here, Vice, Dawn, FaZe, and Peps all sitting in the elimination games is terrifying. And of course, let's be excited. Virtus Pro Na'Vi, we're back at it again. But first, we have lower bracket games to get through. We have Moxie and Leg Day tomorrow, bringing you all of those elimination games. We are about to say goodbye to 4 of these teams. Which ones will it be? Which ones will make it and try to continue to keep that dream alive of the global finals?
It's a tough one, I think, but it's also a lot of teams that outside of maybe like Foot Esports that I just want to see a little bit more, to be frank. Like, I think FaZe especially are a squad that really want to see how they can go, and yeah, I think there's so much going on there. Vice, Dawn, it's a shame to see one of those teams being eliminated because I think they both showed some promise in their first round of games, but that's just how the cookie crumbles. It has to be a bit of a brutal tournament format when there's so much money on the line and like so much talent in EMEA that is constantly improving. We have to lose some teams at some point.
I received a message at like 11 p.m. last night while I was just hanging out with my partner from Canuton, basically saying, Teja, I need to tell you, we can do this. We're going to be top 4. I think we're going to land. And I was like, you know what? I believe you. You've got the confidence. The players are so strong individually. There is so much passion from all of the teams in this stage of Ignite. Like you say, it's going to be heartbreaking to see any of them go. But the fact is, only 3 move on to those global finals.
Yeah, it's pretty much all we've got for today, so we have some more action, not only tomorrow, but over the next couple of weeks, and we haven't even got like Americas and stuff starting just yet, so plenty of time to actually farm up the Twitch drops for Blade that are going on currently. But for now, that's going to be it for us for EMEA. There's some Asia action early on in the morning, but of course for tomorrow, but also the games for EMEA Day 4. So until then, have a good, safe Saturday night, and we'll see you tomorrow.
stage